It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Friday, February 2nd, 2024 at 1:15 p.m.
Thank you. This time, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and we'll have, after that, we'll have a pledge to the flags. And I know in my moment of silence, I will still continue to pray and think about Commissioner Miller.
Please join me in the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thanks, Steve. At this time, is there any members of the public who want to make a comment to the court on business matters? Please do so at this time. Okay, seeing none, we will go to proclamations and resolutions. I think Commissioner Jones has something.
I do. Let's see. On Tuesday, January 23rd, Judge Felton was honored by the Chamber of Commerce at their annual banquet with the Thomas G. Salome Jr. Legacy Award. And the most impressive thing is the two other people that they honored were, he was the only one that's upright.
Proud to be here.
So it was a nice night and a great and fitting award for our county judge and for all the work that he's done in regards to economic development and making McLennan County a better place for all the citizens and somewhere where our kids will want to come back to and live, making home someday. So I'm going to read this into the record, so it will be in the record. And the main reason why I did this proclamation was to memorialize in our minutes the fact that you were recognized for this award.
Thank you.
So this is a proclamation of the McLennan County recognizing and congratulating County Judge Scott M. Felton on the Thomas G. Salome Jr. Legacy Award. Whereas on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, McLennan County Judge Scott M. Felton was recognized as a Thomas G. Salome Jr. Legacy Award recipient. And whereas this award recognizes those individuals for their leadership, impact, sustained investment of time and talent, and innovative thinking and collaborative approaches to addressing community needs and opportunities. And whereas the Commissioner's Court recognizes that Judge Felton approaches each day with this mindset, working tirelessly to make McLennan County a better and safer for all citizens. Whereas those who have had the honor of working with or simply being his friend agree Judge Felton is leaving a legacy of growth and advancement throughout McLennan County. And therefore, the McLennan County Commissioner Court does hereby recognize and congratulate McLennan County Judge Scott M. Felton on his service and guidance to the McLennan County citizens, and be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation be a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioner's Court. Witness our hand and seal this February 6th, 2024. Scott M. Felton, can you sign your own proclamation?
I don't know.
I'm sure you should. James A. Smith, Commissioner 1. Patricia Miller, Commissioner 2, who would be, I believe, very willing to go along with us also too. She wanted to be there that night. Me, Will Jones, Commissioner Precinct 3, and Ben Perry, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Thank y'all.
I thought we agreed you wouldn't say a speech.
Actually, it'll be short. Don't worry about it.
Well, I appreciate it very much. I didn't have a vote on that, so, on that nomination, but I appreciate it very much. Tom Salome was a true leader in our community, and, I know back early in banking, kind of knew who were the really good business people that, they knew that not only how to make their business successful, but make the community they operated in successful, and he did that. And so I learned early on to hang around him, and so it's a special privilege to have his name associated in the same document my name's in. And appreciate those, Jackson Griggs and others that made comments during that presentation, and very much appreciated, and will forever be endeared. You were not sworn in when you weren't under oath, so, no pressure. But thank y'all very much. And so, is that in the form of a motion?
I make that motion.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
One other thing I'll say, and I agree, the chamber should have had a roast for you that night. I'm sure people would have paid $1,000 a head to get up there and roast.
It would have been a
So-
long line.
Well, I roast back. As they say, I can catch, but I can pitch too, so. Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Thank you. All right, going on to business. Under items D2 is a resolution supporting the redesignation of the Waco Metropolitan Planning Organization from the City of Waco to the MPO Policy Board. So Mukesh Kumar's here, and you'd like to make a few statements here. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's a privilege to be here. My name is Mukesh Kumar. I'm the Director of Waco Metropolitan Planning Organization. We have a 20-member policy board on which both Commissioner Jones and Judge Felton serve as the members. In 1974, Waco MPO was constituted to engage into regional transportation planning, in which it covers all of McLennan County. At that point in time, City of Waco had significantly over 75% of the population of the area. And so City of Waco was designated to be the Waco Metropolitan Planning Organization at that time in 1974. Since then, as you know, as we have grown and owing to efforts of a lot of people, including Judge Felton himself, we have grown quite a bit regionally, and so now the population is distributed across McLennan County. So in order to cover all of the McLennan County and its population, it is important that the policy board decided, based on a strategic planning process, that the MPO should be redesignated to be the policy board itself. We will still expect the City of Waco, and we have made the formal request for them to continue to serve as the fiscal agent, and they will be managing our day-to-day operations as it is practiced today. However, we are going to be, so policy board has made a resolution to request the governor, who has the authority to designate and redesignate MPOs, to via TxDOT as the governor's office's proxy to redesignate Waco MPO to become the policy board itself. And so what you have in front of you is a supporting resolution, and it supports the resolution that was passed by the MPO policy board earlier.
Okay, any questions? All right, the resolution's in your package. If there's no questions, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, and any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed. Thank you. Have a good day. All All right, I'm gonna jump to the consent agenda to get it approved, and then we'll go back to, local presenters. So, under items E, under consent agenda, I'd like to recommend pulls of E3A, HR matter, with HR, and, E3B, HR matter for Commissioner Precinct 2. And then under E6G, it is an NWACO recruitment report that Chris Collins will give with her other report when she gets here. Is there any other recommended pulls? If no other recommended pulls, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of the pulls previously mentioned?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you. All right, now I'd like to go to items M2. This is discussion and or action regarding behavioral health leadership funding. And so, we have some presenters here, if y'all like to come forward, we have 3 seats there with microphones and, for the recorded presentation. Good morning, how are y'all today?
Good morning. Machine. Thank you. We have copies of the slides for you all. Here, pass that down.
Okay.
For the record, thank you. Thank you. Copies here. Judge, Commissioners, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you all today. I feel like this conversation is a while in the works, so really pleased to be here and also just join the court in the grieving of the loss of Commissioner Miller, who I know was such a strong community advocate and leader, and a real loss to our county and to our community. So feeling her absence today. So I wanted to, I joked with these fine community leaders that I'd be very, well, I didn't joke, I said I'd be very brief. They laughed. They said they knew me too much, but I will try to be brief. But at the same time, I really did want to take a little bit of time to provide a little bit of context and background about this work and what we hope to achieve. And because this is the first time that Prosper Waco has appeared before you all, I really kind of wanted to take a step back and look kind of at a 30,000-foot level of who is Prosper Waco. So we are our community's collective impact initiative, and we really exist to bring together cross-sector partners to work on collaborative initiatives to find strategic and innovative ways to measurably improve health, education, and financial security of people in our community. It's kind of a mouthful, but it is really exciting and important work to facilitate the systems level change and impact. How do we do that work? Prosper Waco is a collective impact organization. My background is in applied sociology, so I look at things as always with a research and data lens, looking at the best practices, and it's a whole academic model of which there are 7 elements. And those elements are core to who we are. We bring people together to help develop a common agenda. Why do we want to work on a problem together? How are we going to measure and see and know if we're being impactful? Partners aligning their activities to reach greater change, developing a collective plan of action, reducing duplication of services, filling gaps, facilitating communication, both amongst the partners and into the community. The Backbone organization really serves to steward and shepherd the work and provide leadership. We know that all of our partners who are systems and major organizations are deep in the work, in the front lines work. And so to have someone who kind of shepherds and stewards that work is the role that Prosper Waco plays. And also exists to help mobilize funding and advance public policy. So what does that look like kind of in action? And I wanted to share just a few highlights of our time here, or of what Prosper Waco has accomplished in our 10 years. So the Behavioral Health Leadership Team was created in 2015 with seed funding from the Meadows Mental Health Policy Initiative. And many of you have been involved with that work in the years since our inception. That group brought together the city, the county, law enforcement, healthcare, mental health providers to establish the shared goals of the impacts that they wanted to see. Out of that work, 3 action teams were created, and those were access to care, jail diversion, and children and youth. And I wanted to just put a few highlights of accomplishments that were made. And when we talk about these accomplishments, I really think it's important to note that these are achievements that were born and through the work of collaboration, empowering and expanding the work of our partners like Behavioral Health Network, Waco Family Medicine, law enforcement, and others. Our access to care secured funding for the Waco Connect project. Through that project, we identified 4,500 community members in Greater Waco who had more than 4 ED visits a year and repeated interactions with law enforcement, oftentimes resulting in incarceration. We were able to successfully provide 232 community members with over 700 referrals. So sometimes that work just looks like connecting the dots. I'd like to share just one anecdote about one of those referrals. Was a young man who had been in and out of the county jail, repeatedly being picked up. And really what he needed was mental health resources and support. He suffered from substance use disorder. He was connected through the Resource Navigator with, and got into treatment for his substance use disorder, and has now been out of jail and clean for over 2 years. Those are the kind of examples of when we work together and help connect the dots and help connect people to the services and supports that they need, how lives can be changed and dollars and public dollars saved. On the jail diversion side, the Waco Connect effort really focused on reducing officer time spent on EDOs and on mental health calls, and saw a tremendous impact. And I'll share a little bit about that in just a moment. Part of those conversations, part of the work of Prosper Waco is really to create an ecosystem and to create an environment where partners are talking about our shared priorities and how we can get there, and really shining a light on things. And you all who are in the room will remember when, out of those conversations, this court and the county recognized the need to really focus in on mental health jail diversions. And so the Office of the DA launched a mental health jail diversion project, which again, I cite that as, this is not work of Prosper Waco, but what happens in a community when we develop a robust ecosystem to support the work that needs to happen. On the children and youth side, in identifying how to address and support children and adolescents who are dealing with behavioral health issues, they really recognized that identification through schools was one of the evidence-based strategies and best ways to support children. And so that coalition identified a system of care grant, the Claris Children for Families, pursued that grant, and community partners, multiple collaborative partners, began providing school-based mental health services in schools. Over the life of the 10 years of Prosper Waco, we have helped secure over $15 million in external funding to support the collaborations that are launched. I can say that right now we are in active conversations with community partners looking at other state grants to bring in major dollars to support the work of our partners. And the role of Prosper Waco is to support it as with data and research and convening, but really to pass through the dollars to our partners who are on the front lines doing the work, to expand their capacity to help them achieve their goals and our community goals. So the Behavioral Health Leadership Team, again, just to dive in a little to why we're here today, again, was created in 2015, and there were several needs that were identified that were the genesis of that creation. The current crisis services were unable to meet the demand. Overrepresentation of indigent clients in DePaul. We now don't even have DePaul, so we know that that is in itself a tremendous challenge and one that the community will need to work on collaboratively to address. increase in law enforcement calls for service, increased need for substance use and abuse treatment and detox units, increase in mobile crisis outreach team calls, community stress due to lack of resources, extended wait times in our emergency departments, and identified high utilizers of crisis services. Again, over 4,500 individuals in our community who have multiple emergency room visits and visit interactions with law enforcement, who really likely, more than anything, need mental and behavioral health and supports. So by bringing partners together, we can help to more efficiently facilitate coordination of care. We've really got to think about how do we create innovative solutions to our these are some of our biggest community health challenges. How can we work together? How can each partner align their activities to move the needle? How do we streamline communication between different agencies, whether that's in the healthcare sector, between behavioral health, law enforcement? How can we help create processes in support of our shared goals? And really looking at the data sharing practices to facilitate that. So with this work, we're looking at really revitalizing. So since the inception of the behavioral health leadership team in 2015, there have certainly been some really notable achievements. With COVID, like with so many things, that work, I think it's fair to say it took a little bit of a beating. Everyone was pretty consumed responding to the crisis in front of them in their own organizations and systems. And what became clear was that this work, again, needed a steward and needed a champion and needed someone to support it, to support the good work of our partners on the front lines. And so these partners have asked Prosper Waco to step into that role to facilitate this work on behalf of the community. So what we propose today is supporting that and bringing together the relevant partners and stakeholders to that end. And so what will our work look like? In collective impact, one of those first elements is the common agenda. And at Prosper Waco, we think of that as our North Star. And so, part of our work, this work of convening, this investment that our partners have made is a process investment, and it's to get us to identifying the shared top goal. And we're still actively in that process of defining what exactly that looks like. But there is a shared consensus that we as a community must work together to guide, inspire, and drive the transformation of behavioral health systems and services, promoting access to quality care, reducing stigma, providing alternatives to incarceration, and improving overall individual and community well-being. We want to see people in our community who are facing moderate and severe behavioral challenges receiving high-quality care in a timely way and from a licensed clinical professional. We want to see reductions in crisis resulting in law enforcement intervention and incarceration, decriminalization of mental illness, reducing emergency department congestion, improving workforce productivity, and strengthening individual and family well-being. And I think that we know that there are so many benefits to that. On the short term, there's the immediate benefits of the economic savings for law enforcement. Reducing the time and the resources that PD and Sheriff's Department spend on mental health crisis is of utmost importance to the public and to even to law enforcement. In talking with law enforcement who are there because they care about public safety, they care about law enforcement. It's not their area of expertise, and yet they often spend a lot of time dealing with EDOs, dealing with mental health calls. Allowing our mental health professionals and our healthcare professionals to play that role and to lead in supporting that frees our officers to focus on public safety. It helps for streamlining of services and jail diversion, minimizing unnecessary incarceration and reducing the costs associated with jail and the judicial system, and really helping first responders to handle mental health crises effectively. So while our healthcare partners are not here with us this morning, as we've conceptualized this work and talk about what are the potential savings that we can see, some of the things that our friends at Baylor Scott & White and Ascension shared for us to think about what could be the potential savings? We know that the average ER cost in Texas is about $2,300. 12% of ED visits are due to substance use disorder or psychiatric related disorders. The annual ED utilization rate is about 6,000 emergency department visits, which is about $139 million. So if 12% of that are related to substance use or psychiatric, that's about $16 million. If we were able to make a reduction of even 5% for each system, that would lead to a savings of $268,000, which is why when we talk about the funding for this, why the hospital systems themselves have been willing to invest in this work and are joining in this effort, in this public-private partnership to put their own dollars to this work because they understand what can happen and the cost savings that can be realized.
Jessica, real quickly, something else that you could add to this is our daily cost for someone in jail that's on psychotropic drugs.
Absolutely.
That'll expand this number greatly.
I have some, but not all. I have a little bit of information about that, and you're so right. This slide looks at the potential cost savings to law enforcement, and this is in terms of salary and personnel costs. And this is rough because what we did was we looked at the total City of Waco Police Department salary and total McLennan County Public Safety salaries, which obviously not everyone in those salary departments are law enforcement officers. But a recent report found that officers spend about 21% of their time responding to and transporting individuals with mental illness. So if you look at the total county investment salary of $6.4 million, we think that a coordinated behavioral health intervention could conservatively reduce that by 20%. So that would be a cost savings of $1.28 million of personnel time, of officer time that is spent back on public safety instead of on transporting people with mental illness. The next slide talks about what this looked like through our Waco Connect effort. We saw through that effort, which brought together partners in behavioral health, police department, taking people to jail, we saw a reduction from 27 hours of officer time spent on EDOs down to 1 contact hour. So it was a 96% reduction in officer time spent on an EDO. From contact hours per mental health incident from 11 hours to 1 contact hour, an 82% reduction. So really we think that the 20% is very, very conservative because what the work does is it empowers our healthcare leaders to bring their expertise, to leverage their expertise, and to connect the people more quickly with the behavioral health resources that they need. To think about the potential impacts for jail, the next slides, and this is looking at approximate costs to the county to house an inmate of about $84 daily, which is about $30,000 a year. For a mentally ill inmate, that cost is $121. And I guess Commissioner Perry, to your point, that maybe that accounts for some of the psychotropics and their medicines and the things that are needed. It is a higher need inmate. In July of 23, just as an example, there were 30 inmates in our county who were awaiting placement at ASH. There were 8 who were awaiting placement at other state hospitals. The total person days of those 38 individuals awaiting transfer was 4,804 days. So that
Daniel, what is the wait time at ASH now?
It's well over 465 days.
So a year and
Yes.
quarter year.
There's only 2,500 public beds in Texas, and the current wait time is as I said, 465 days. Over 60% of those 2,500 beds are forensic occupied right now. And one of the points that I'd like to bring up that Jessica has mentioned, there are 39 community centers in Texas. So we cover all 254 counties. For those 39 community centers, we are the 10th highest, we being the Heart of Texas region. McLennan County Jail is the 10th highest in terms of the number of individuals with a mental illness waiting for a public bed.
Is it a percentage of the population or is it the total number?
The total number. So
Yeah.
we fall behind Houston, the big six, including San Antonio and Austin. We're only 4 down from those large communities, waiting to get somebody in. And if I have a civil commitment, I will never get somebody into the state hospital.
Thank you.
So the potential for cost savings, not to mention to human life, right? Because these are individuals who are really likely in experiencing a psychiatric crisis, a very real crisis. But the cost savings is real. For one individual, that ranges from if it's just a regular individual, a person not experiencing a mental or behavioral health crisis or condition, around $30,000. For an individual with behavioral health illness or substance use disorder, $44,000. So from the proposed investment that we're seeking today, the county would recoup their investment in this work with just 7 individuals who are diverted annually. We think that the potential is much higher. There is a model youth diversion program that diverted 102 youth in their first 2 years. So that, of course, begins with the conversations and with developing an action plan, which is where we are now. But seven feels very doable. And of course, there are other kind of mid and long-term businesses. We talk about increased access to services. It helps businesses when we have a healthier and more productive workforce. It makes a more inclusive community conversation, increasing dialogue, reducing stigma around mental and behavioral health, encouraging people seeking help, helping to have more accurate referrals, as was the case in the young man who had repeated engagements with law enforcement and emergency rooms. Knowing the conditions that a person might be experiencing helps to have more rapid patient referrals and ultimately improving their outcomes. Also, from a long-term perspective, there's a real case to be made for economic growth. So research shows that healthier communities, that a healthy workforce is a productive workforce, and we have lower healthcare costs. Depression and anxiety is estimated to account for $1 trillion per year in lost productivity. Our Waco MSA GDP is about $12.4 billion. So just a 0.5% reduction in lost productivity could be a $6.2 million boost to our Waco MSA GDP. And I want to talk for just a second, share another anecdote of what that looks like. I know a young man who has been diagnosed with bipolar 2, and what that looks like is he experiences a couple of weeks of a deep depression, followed by a short bursts of kind of really excitable highs. During those deep depressions, he called into work regularly. He ended up not being able to keep that job. Coincidentally, that job, that business actually, the fast food went out of business. I don't think the two are related, but I do know from talking to that employer, that business owner, that they had a really hard time keeping and retaining staff to work. I mean, all of us know the challenges that we're facing with workforce, and that's a reality. That individual's mental health and his day-to-day functioning has been improved when he was connected to behavioral health resources that he needed, when he was appropriately and correctly diagnosed and given the medication that he needed. He is now higher functioning, and he still struggles with these issues, but that's what the lost productivity looks like in a very real way. And again, behavioral health, improving people's behavioral health impacts so many other areas of their life, from education, which we know enhances employment, housing stability, all of these things that we know are the big issues in our community. And really just improving the long-term health outcomes for the kind of community that we want to build. We know that we want to see more people thriving in our community. We want to see decrease in substance use. Improving school performance. Again, we all know that the Texas economy, when I started with the Waco Chamber of Commerce 10 years ago, Texas was the 12th largest economy in the world. And then we became the 11th, and then the 10th, and then the 9th, and then the 8th. And I was just with the controller this last weekend, he anticipates that by next year, we'll be the 7th largest economy in the world, in the state of Texas. We'll surpass France, y'all. And the jobs that are being created need people to work in them. And we need the people to be healthy, which is what happens when we can create a cohesive and supportive community that addresses the whole person health, and particularly the most salient behavioral and mental health needs. This next slide is really just, I really think it's quite conservative, because to your point, Commissioner Perry, we put some of the cost savings on public safety hours, but really didn't even capture the jail diversion, which is such a huge cost. And we know from talking with our friends at the jail, the cost to the county and housing those individuals. But also looking at the cost savings to healthcare, looking at the cost savings to our lost productivity of this investment really yielding very real dividends. When we talk about investing in behavioral health, one of the things that has become very clear over these last months is that behavioral health can't be separated from physical health. Further, one of the primary way of, and I trust Dr. Griggs to clarify, correct, expand, add context, but one of the best ways to provide to improve behavioral health is by expanding access to primary care. Primary care doctors are often our front lines of defense, and what they see are all these other non-medical drivers of health. They see people who are suffering with food insecurity or housing. So these conversations can't be held in silos. What we have experienced is as we're convening partners to talk about behavioral health, we can't separate it from the conversations that we need to be having about health. When we talk about health, we can't help but talk about the things that we need to be doing about the non-medical drivers of health, because they're also what are driving our frontline, the experiences of our frontline physicians and partners. So really this work is about creating a system to streamline and maximize the time of community leaders who have so many important initiatives and efforts and topics to discuss to help create that common agenda to drive our work, to develop the collective action plan, and then pursue that relentlessly for the greater good of our community. We have the funding, the slide with funding, and I think what is really unique and special about this really is a true public-private partnership. We have secured 3-year funding commitments from Behavioral Health Network, Waco Family Medicine, Ascension, and Baylor Scott and White, who all recognize the importance of working collaboratively on these shared goods, on this shared goal, so much that they're willing to commit their own organizational dollars. That makes me feel better about asking for the investment from the county and from the city, because there is skin in the game from other stakeholders, and commitment to help make this work be successful. So with that, I'll yield to my partners or any questions, but thank the court for your time and the opportunity to join you this morning.
Thank you, Jessica.
Well, I will speak while I still have voice. I have limited capacity there, so I'll try and be quick. To build on top of the points that Jessica made, I do like to say the Behavioral Health Network is your favorite non-taxing governmental entity. We are an agent of the state, a unit of government, and a unit of local government, but we have to beg, borrow, and borrow all of the funds we receive. And so we work very hard to try and be good stewards of those dollars. And yet, in that role, as the mental health authority, we are limited in our capacity to get people out of your jail based on the limited resources at the state. So if I can't get people out of your jail, we have to look for other alternatives. And so through this collaborative that we have been a part of, and as you may recall, Tom Stanton and I co-chaired BHLT, for quite some time. These were other duties as assigned, but if you know Tom well, you know that he had lots of other duties for me to be doing in this effort. Namely, the diversion center was a product of the BHLT. We have a beautiful facility that will help continue to divert people not only away from the county jail, it'll also help divert away from the emergency departments. And by doing that, we're able to help save taxpayers and business owners money on higher medical cost, on jail cost, on local law enforcement cost. And so we're proud of that effort, but that was a product of the behavioral health leadership team. It was designed and conceptualized 2 years prior to my coming, and then I was asked to carry it across the finish line, and we're very proud of that facility. Other aspects of the behavioral health leadership team is community engagement. We're very fortunate to have a BHLT here in Waco. Not all communities have those. I've had the privilege of working with others throughout the state, but the one we have here is very special. It is a truly engaging group of individuals who are, as you see now, with financial skin in the game, engaged in looking for our best opportunities to work as a collaborative. Part of the other effort is strategic planning. There are, as Jessica has pointed out, many efforts that we are engaged in to look at the overall health and benefits to our community. Another aspect started on a snowy day at the Rappaport Foundation when Dr. Griggs and myself and two other individuals, Philip Patterson and Charles Williams, got together and we came up with legislation. We were able to propose in a very narrow window of opportunity, $30 million legislation that would fund my agent, the crisis services medical facility at DePaul, and then would have also provided us a residency program. Regrettably, we don't have much control of that bill once it hits the floor of the House. And what was funded was $8 million, but I'll tell you how that $8 million for crisis is being utilized to benefit the community. We're able to get into a mental health deputy ride-along program where we're partnering clinicians with law enforcement. That's a direct benefit to not only the consumers and individuals we encounter out in the community who may be in a mental health crisis, but it's also a way to, again, divert from jail, divert from emergency departments. We'll also be able to provide expanded medical clearance, which the county and the city have both been funding for several years now. We'll be able to fully expand that program this year. The other aspects is we'll be able to actually have law enforcement at the diversion center, which again allows us a smooth handoff from law enforcement and allows them to get back on the street. So those are.
That was, in early on discussions, that was one of the big issues that were tying people up that need to be back out
Absolutely.
doing what they know how to do and protect the community. That was a huge thing.
Yeah, having a police officer or sheriff's deputy at the ED for 40 hours
Absolutely.
Could be, yeah.
is just completely inefficient.
Absolutely. And if you're waiting for somebody to be transported from an emergency department to a state hospital facility, good luck.
Yeah.
It takes typically 2 officers to respond to a mental health crisis and have somebody sitting, an officer tied up in an emergency department for, as you mentioned, Commissioner Jones, up to 40 hours. And so this will allow us a smoother handoff and allow those officers to get back onto the street. And the other aspect of just the collaboration that we've managed through the BHLT is having funding given to us by the state of Texas to allow us to expand into the 911 center, which again is another opportunity to divert people. We'll have a mental health team actually at the 911 center, and we're in the process of engaging the city of Waco on that project now. So again, we're always looking for these opportunities. As the state mental health authority, we're only the conduit to the state services. But what many people don't realize is, well, one thing, everybody thinks we own these individuals. We do not. We don't own these individuals. These are free will individuals unless they're under an emergency detention. If we can get them in the front door, that's the first step. But then the state says, Daniel, we're only funding you to serve 795 individuals a month, adults. Only 795 individuals a month. So I can't do this by myself. And that's why I'm so thankful for partners like Dr. Griggs, for Philip Patterson, and the other providers in the community. As an agent of the state, I can easily get funds from the state. It's what I've done most of my career. But I can't deliver successfully all of those services. And that's why this partnership is so valuable, because I can subcontract out state services to other agencies. And that is something we've actively been doing. So again, we feel that this is a good investment for our agency. It helps us do our state mandated job. For us, it's the right thing for us to do. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let me jump in and first thank Commissioner Jones for starting the morning with the proclamation. You know, we have in our community a lot of emerging leaders and a lot of middle-aged leaders that read leadership literature, and you know, there's so much of that out there. But nothing holds candle to an embodied leader of integrity. And we all get to look to Judge Felton as that giant in our community. And I think right now in particular, just we need leaders who have high integrity and who care about the community. By integrity, I mean willingness to tell themselves the truth in their heart of hearts, and willingness to tell the truth to their colleagues. And that married with deep compassion, love for neighbor, I see that in Judge Felton, and I'm just so grateful that McLennan County has Judge Felton. So just to add to what you've shared, Commissioner Jones, thank you, Judge, for your service. And it was a recognition just infinitely well-deserved by the chamber.
Thank you very much.
So 52,000 patients living in McLennan County came to Waco Family Medicine for care last year. We provided our county residents approximately 20,000 clinical visits last year, and many of those clinical visits involved some behavioral health component. Since 2014, behavioral health incidents across the country has been climbing quickly, and that's caused U.S. Surgeon General Dr. Vivek Murthy to declare mental health, and this is a quote, the defining public health crisis of our time. Now, this is the Surgeon General who's lived through the pandemic of COVID, and he's saying that mental health is the defining public health crisis of our time, which is sobering. Behavioral health issues, be they mental illness or substance use disorder, they're complex and multifactorial issues that require sophisticated, community-focused response. Think of brain chemistry as the last domino to fall, as opposed to the first domino to fall. Our neighbors who experience great hardship or trauma, often starting in childhood, they frequently require high-quality intervention when struggles that seem insurmountable topple their sense of hope and safety. Anxiety, depression, psychosis can destabilize a family. It can lead to economic challenges due to impairment in work productivity, and even at times can lead to various desperate ways of coping with that pain, that psychic or soul pain that just won't go away. Sometimes even dangerous, risky, self-harming things like substance use just to make the pain go away.
Or suicide.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, or suicide. The majority of mental health services in the United States are provided within primary care settings, and so Waco Family Medicine takes these issues all very, very seriously. And by aligning with other agencies and community partners like Behavioral Health Network and the hospitals, Behavioral Health Leadership Team allows the community to form synergies such that we not only all share the burden of this work, but we actually form a kind of multiplicative impact. The notion of a synergy is that 1 + 1 can equal 3, and we see that in the Behavioral Health Leadership Team. You heard Daniel a minute ago mention the BHN Diversion Center, which we're so excited to see in our community. Out of Behavioral Health Leadership Team, we formed a concept where Waco Family Medicine has a community clinic on the premises of the diversion center, so that when someone comes in crisis, once that crisis is remedied, they have a place to go for follow-up care. Think about, I'm just going to use an analogy here so that it makes sense. If someone has a seizure disorder and they're having status epilepticus, the seizure that just won't stop, they need emergency services. We have to break that seizure or else there's enduring brain damage. So someone with seizure disorder needs crisis services to stop that seizure. But then how do we control the seizure going forward? That requires regular follow-up, monitoring of medication, assessment of whether there are any even brief seizures that are occurring, and an adjustment of medications in an ongoing manner. That's the outpatient or primary care role. So in Behavioral Health Leadership Team, we forged this concept where we manage the crisis at the diversion center, and then we have follow-up care at, for example, the on-site services there on Imperial. So one of myriad of opportunities. This is hard work. It's big work. We're only just getting started. We have such a need in our community, but I think through this sort of synergistic, collaborative work, we're going to be able to make forward strides in an efficient way, in a value-oriented way, so that we're not spending more dollars than we need to, but we're spending the right amount in order to achieve the very best outcomes for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, did any of the court members have any questions?
I would start by saying it's a lot to wrap your mind around this morning, okay? And I'm only speaking for myself. I certainly am agreeable and lockstep with you on mental health, behavioral health being a major issue for us. I know this court in our current budget devotes, I think, a large amount of money to that. Maybe not on the right end of it, okay? Maybe we're on the other end with our jail program and so forth. So I certainly personally, I'd like to have some time to think about all this. Funding is one, the court will tell you, I'm a big proponent of, not amending the budget a lot. And we spend a lot of time in the summer going over our budget and trying to create a budget we think fair to our taxpayers and everyone concerned, all of our stakeholders. And so it does concern me. I'd like to know if we can identify a revenue source that's not only funds this initially, but funds it for the future, because I think it's, once we do it, it's here to stay. We hope so. We hope that there are some measurable results that prove us right, that, hey, this was the right thing to do. And so I would like to see us be able to identify a funding source that meets this need. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. And, so, I think, I can tell you where I'll tell you where the buckets are. I don't know how much money's in them.
Okay.
But two things. One, during the budgeting process, we did discuss that there was gonna be, and as we anticipated, there was gonna be some necessary funding. And, we had put a dollar placeholder in there. Now, that's a long way from a $200,000 commitment. But we did anticipate, some funding, from the general fund. Otherwise, we wouldn't put the dollar in there. But the other is that in the opioid settlement agreement, there are certain, criteria for qualifications to be able to access those funds, to utilize them. On most of the money, on the first amount that we received, it's not very many. It's almost discretionary to the court. In that amount, we have $166,265 in there. One thing, so sustainability is the other question that you and I both had about, okay, we fix it this year, how are we gonna handle it next year? And if we're using outside revenue to come in, how sustainable and dependent is that outside revenue? So I've requested Haley Olson, Herb Bristow to come back and update us on what we think that cash flow would be. All the settlements aren't done, but some of the big ones are. Big pharmaceuticals, big dispensaries, Walgreens, Walmarts, all those. And so I think we have enough there. And I know there's gonna have to be some agreements between others that were in the lawsuit within our little pod, which is we're in Region 6, I think. And I think there's 6 or 7 counties in that. We're the largest county by far. Second largest Hill County. And so there's some pool money there that I know they wanna know what part they're getting. I can't believe my door's not beat down on that. But, so I should have that report pretty quick.
Okay.
That I can share with the court. And so by the next Commissioners Court meeting, I think I can suggest, I feel confident I can suggest, if the court chooses to do this, where the funds would come from.
Okay.
And answers, how much coming out of general fund, and then how much is coming out of discretionary outside revenue, and what's the sustainability of that revenue?
And I'd also like to know, under those circumstances, is if we fund it going forward out of general fund, and we get that additional money, can we legally use it to supplant something that we've already committed money to? I know sometimes they won't let you do that.
Well, I
and
think
some-
on the 166,000 we could. On future funding may have more restrictions on it, but Francis, you've looked at it, is that?
You see what I'm asking, Francis? I know sometimes with some of that funding, they don't let, if you've already funded something, they don't let you use that new money to supplant what you've already budgeted.
Yes, I think if you had already spent if you'd expended money in a prior year and then you received the money in the next year, we couldn't move that money back to cover general fund cost. If it's within that same year.
Then that shouldn't be a.
Yes, we can, make sure that those expenses match that revenue received that year. But like the judge said, currently we have a little over 166,000. And so.
Makes you feel better.
So, yes, just a.
You know, there's another source that it's these people and how much money they return to our budget. So I wouldn't anticipate us having to do this for long before the savings make up for what we're.
Well,
Right, I mean,
If
we're
I-
looking, guys, it's or is it $200 a day, I think, for the,
Well,
health folks
Mental
at the
health
jail.
issues, yeah.
yeah, it's shorter.
And
than
over a
that.
period of time, this should work.
If I may interject, and Commissioner, I certainly appreciate your comments. One of the things that I failed to clarify was when I said Tom Stanton and I were doing this as other duties as assigned, everything BHLT has accomplished in the last 5 years has been on the backs of when can we get Jackson, when can we get Daniel, when can we get Tom Stanton and Jessica together to push these ideas. One of the funding that we're investing in this would help create a full-time person to basically ride shotgun on the herd. And
So that's my question is, what does the professional team look like? What do they do?
How many?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking 4 or 3 or 4?
Is
or
full-time, one full-time FTE and a percentage of time for the positions to help drive the communications efforts. So for example, when we talk about people in crisis needing to know who to call, how do we place messaging in the community about community resources? And we're,
And now I hate to say this, but isn't that already something that the MHMR, formerly MHMR, does? And isn't that something your group already does, Jackson? In y'all's role of providing these services?
could you clarify the question?
I just don't want to double up.
No
Is what I'm trying to say. I mean, are y'all already doing that, or are we going to shift from?
I'm carrying out the functions of the state at the local level. There are items above and beyond that BHLT, the state doesn't say, Daniel, you've got to have a diversion center. That was a creation
Right.
that we have managed to get and carry forward. The state function is very prescriptive, and what BHLT is typically addressing are those gaps where we're not funded. There's well over 50-plus programs at the state level, and we're funded for roughly 30 of those. I don't have an exact number, but I can get that. Having somebody in this role can help identify projects for BHLT to collaboratively pursue. For example, I came from North Texas to Waco. My center there was half the size of the Heart of Texas region, half the budget, half the staff. I had 3 counties. I had a jail diversion program well beyond what we have here. It's not a failing of the county or BHLT. It's how we have managed our business, and I speak about Behavioral Health Network but this is how we've always done it. In changing that culture, especially amidst COVID and some other challenges, is a long process. But for example, I had 3 DAs, I had 3 sheriffs, I had 3 sheriffs on my board. I had a judge on my board. I had probably one of the most protected board meetings in the state because everybody was carried. But we took jail diversion very seriously. And I had supported housing. The DAs were all on board with bond conditions. So somebody sitting in your county jail costing you the cost, the DA would release them to us on bond conditions. And we had as long as they were following treatment recommendations and they were using their benefits to help support the patients, the inmates, were helping to support their cost, we reduced recidivism. Individuals that would, one individual over 187 days of jail time, we got him down to the point where he finally graduated from the program and was living on his own. There's a lot of opportunities that, because of resource limitations, we don't do here that we could do that would, to Commissioner Perry's point, would help reduce the cost to the county and the taxpayers.
And that should be our focus.
Yeah, and certainly, and I like something Daniel, following up. I like measurable results that we can prove up, yes, it's money well spent, instead of feel-good results, as we think it just really feels great. And so I'm much a proponent of measurable results.
Well, and thank you for that. And my entire model of care is changing from performance measures to outcomes. I don't want to treat our patients' symptoms. I want to treat their illness. I want to see them get better. And so that's the CCBHC model, is how are we helping Daniel get better? But, you know, one of the stats that Jessica provided was I had 5 staff that the county funded to be in the jail to provide mental health services within the jail. I was down to 1 staff, and a person across the desk for me gave me a call and wanted to meet with me, which I knew would probably not be a nice meeting, and I was put on the spot. Why aren't y'all filling these positions? And the judge has a very smart staff member that said, you know, Judge, if we reduce diversion, 7 people, that will pay for an increase. I was paying my jail staff, clinicians, $35,000 a year. $35,000, because that's the level of funding we get. With the small increase that the county graciously gave to us, I said, I'll throw money at it until we hit that sweet spot. And we did that. We raised them up to 57, I believe. And I'm full.
Excellent.
And
Fill those positions quick.
yeah,
People.
and I didn't stop there. I have touched every single staff member in my agency to stop the bleed of staff. And it has turned our corner clinically. And so that's just one example of, we've invested back into our people, and we've seen that return on investment.
But none of this is clinical, correct?
No, that is investing in the process, but in order to seek the external funding, as an example, I mean, the $15 million that we have brought in that has been to fund clinicians, to expand services. We are in conversations now on 2 projects that would expand clinicians, but that all requires, the staff time to write the grants, to shepherd, to have the conversations with the sheriff's office, with Daniel, with Jackson, to figure out the design, with Judge, dream about what we want, and then go after it together. I think of Prosper Waco, someone said to me recently, they're like, so really you're kind of like a consultant. And I mean, in some ways, it really is, a lot of our work is supporting our partners in developing a strategy and an action plan that has measurable results. For me, I can tell you, like, one of the things about which I'm most passionate is workforce. And I call it the chamber training, but it really even predates the chamber. But I really want to see our communities thrive. And I think about how do we get there? It's by people being in good jobs. And that means they need the education to be in those jobs. I worked with the leadership in Austin on the outcomes-based funding model for the community college finance. Monthly meetings to talk about that. I'm very committed to the importance and share the commitment and the recognition that we have to have measurable outcomes. And I think that that's what we will be developing in this work, is in defining our shared priority, defining how we want to get there, and then saying, okay, well, what should we see? If we're doing this work well, what will we see? Well, we'll see a decrease in the number of suicide attempts. We'll see a decrease in the number of people being jailed. We might see increased instance of behavioral health interventions because people will be treated with appropriate behavioral health resources in a timely way. That might mean that we're doing something right. But that evaluation framework also requires capacity to develop that framework and to manage it. And so is it the software to support that, putting data sharing agreements in place, putting MOUs, putting the software systems in place. That's the work of Prosper Waco that will allow us as a community to track and identify the metrics that will let us know that we are having the results that we want on the shared goals.
I would just maybe offer the clarity that, a consultant frequently functions for one organization, and all of our organizations are seeing this growth in mental health incidents, and each of us in our own ways feels overwhelmed by it, and are trying desperately to try to solve the crisis. And there is, if you were to envision a sort of Venn diagram, all of us intersect around this one area. We've got to do something that matters, that is indeed measurable, that impacts outcomes in our community, and all of us recognize we can't do it in solitude. So the notion of the consultant, it's a consultant that brings all of the major anchor institutions that are trying to address this issue together and formulates a shared strategy such that we're all arm in arm in trying to solve this, in order, Commissioner Jones, to reduce duplication, to improve efficiency, and to achieve our goals that are community goals that I would wager are the court's goals, to see that done as efficiently, effectively as possible.
I would add two projects in particular, where again, no, it's not direct clinical work, but it will greatly and vastly expand our opportunities. Data sharing. We all have collective databases. Having a central point person just to start collaborating and working on efforts to share that data and mine that data. My agency has volumes of data that none of my staff have time to go through. Right. There are opportunities to show the outcomes, but how my data interacts with Jackson's or the city or the county. The other is, I mentioned earlier, the legislation that we worked with Representative Anderson on. That project has not died just because it passed. There's still active efforts to have that project revisited. All four of the legislative delegates that cover the Heart of Texas region have been through that facility. They understand, oh, this is why we needed the residency program. This is why we needed to fund the beds at DePaul. there's an active effort to recreate DePaul in a way that would directly help the county financially.
Be great, be great.
And so, but it's having that point person to drive all of those data points and collect the collective effort. Legally, I can't do lobbying, but I can educate the crap out of people. But having somebody to help drive meetings is very important. And again, just stress the importance. If we build it and yet we don't have the clinicians to deliver the services, imagine a revisioned DePaul facility that is a forensic facility, taking every mentally ill inmate out of your county jail, what that savings would be. Right there.
Does that exist anywhere?
Not right now, but the state's looking for,
Well, you know, and that's what's sad is that if the state, the most prosperous state in the nation, would actually do something about this instead of just giving it lip service
Handing
like
it
they
off
do,
to us, yeah.
handing it off to the county taxpayers to fund, then it's not a hard fix.
absolutely.
I think that there are opportunities that come through this, creating this collaborative space. You know, we have identified where the state has put funding and drop in the bucket, to be sure, but that there are opportunities. And so how can we align those funding requests with what we're seeing as our top goal, data sharing being one of them? And I think that we have, in fact, this afternoon, a group which includes David Ives from the jail, from Waco Family Medicine, BHN, is doing a demonstration of, kind of the final demonstration on the gold standard data sharing platform to support connectivity between multiple partners. And we think we've identified, what's exciting to me about this is we've identified a funding stream, a funding opportunity from an external funder who is not you all, to pay for that and bring that to our community. So instead of coming back and saying, here's this great software, now everyone pony up $25,000, we identified the need, which was data sharing. We identified a funding opportunity. We're having the conversations, getting everyone's staff thinking through it, and then we can seek the funding and bring it to the community. And that's part of the potential and the opportunities that we have and will continue to have.
And it's interesting that you bring that up about the opportunity, because where we're at right now, in my viewpoint, is this is just one of the issues that is gonna grow. The county's gonna grow, our road and bridge use is gonna grow. This is gonna grow. And if we don't get it right on the front end, we're gonna be just like so many other communities that wish they had a do-over. And we don't wanna be in that spot. We wanna address our growth appropriately and on time.
Well, as elected officials, we always think about, you know, what does the taxpayer think about this? So we think, initially, kind of the reaction first is, if we spending money, what do they think about it? But the other thing is, we should think about is, if there's an issue out there, what are we doing about it? And it may be that funding follows that, but I think our community knows enough about the vast exposure we have to the consequences of a growing mental health community, and that we need to be doing our part. And we've been recognized actually by foundations and others across the state for being cutting edge. And I give most of the credit to leadership of our medical communities and Daniel and his team for doing that. And so Jessica's role in this would be to get all this information and effort and work and get it going in a direction that she can report back to us on how it's doing, to answer your question. And so if there are other questions, fine. But if there's not, I would make a recommendation that we defer action to the next Commissioners Court meeting, where I'll present an opportunity, our options in funding, working with Francis and Dustin and others in my office, on how we can fund this if we choose to do it. I get the feeling we want to do something.
Yes.
And so, I think it's a consensus of the court that we need to, that we're interested and we're impressed with the efforts that's happened in the past and the plans to go to the future. And so with that, the last piece that we need to put in, that they're waiting patiently for, is the funding, which brings one question. I know where the hospitals are and all. What about, is the city of Waco, are they committed?
Question I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
They are, we have not yet gone to city council, but we have had the same conversations of kind of presenting the budget, talking about what that looks like, you know, going through it at a nitty-gritty level with city staff and city elected leadership, and to now bring that to city council. So I anticipate, I don't know when, but in very short order, it will also be going to the city council, and
And the
has
indication.
been, it seems to be favorably viewed
It
by.
does, and the indication I'm getting is they're favorable and would like to see us be partners in it, and so.
And I think there was also just the affirmation again that just, gratitude's not the right word, but relieved, pleased to see the skin in the game from other healthcare, from the other entities, that it's not just this asking the city and the county to solve this alone, but recognizing that this is truly is a collaborative effort and the willingness of the
Well, they
multiple
know it
partners.
firsthand like we do, because the Waco PD chief and the sheriff, are both on board, and so, you know, it's not like it's new news, so,
And this court views so many things as this, but this has to be an investment from us.
yeah,
Because we have to have a return.
yeah,
So that's how we,
yeah, that's
that's how
right,
we're gonna look at this.
that's right,
And we really need to be efficient too.
yeah, that's right, no question about it. So I don't know if my, extended, motion to defer, was clear enough, but we have a second, and I won't ask you to repeat it, and, so are there any other questions or comments?
I think it gives us an opportunity to, if we've got more questions, ask them, and we appreciate that opportunity. I liked what you said, Judge, about being cutting edge. I think that's where we need to be.
All right, if there's no other questions, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
Great
Thank you for
presentation,
your
great
time.
presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I think this goes on the record as one of the longest presentations we've had. It wasn't just about the
I
broad
vaguely
budget.
remember the word brief.
Okay, if we join you again at the next meeting, I promise, so it will be, we'll just sit for any questions.
All right, thank you.
Can we do 5 minutes?
Yeah, okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess, and come back, and we'll start with Chris Collins and then Ryan Durker.
Recording stopped.
wood. I bought too much last time.
I have that report, I can put in the
It wasn't a ski.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. All right, let's call court back into session. All right, I'd like to go to, items, one that was on one of the pulls in the consent agenda was E6G, which is the NWACO, recruitment report. And so we'll listen to that one, and it's, I think it's in your package as well, so. All right,
Okay. Well, thank y'all. On behalf of the chamber, wanted to just also give our condolences to the court for the loss of Commissioner Miller. She was a lovely person, a great advocate for this community, and will dearly be missed. So I just wanted to say that before we get started. You have in your packet the report for the NWACO Digital Talent Campaign for the months of October to December 2023. We launched this program back in 2022, and to give you some ideas on how we've been doing this, there are many different ways of handling social media. We have paid searches, we have organic exposure that we see through the things that the chamber just does on its own. And so we're utilizing multiple social media platforms in what we're doing here. So we launched a paid search campaign. So for instance, if you're looking at, if you go onto Google and you do a search for jobs in Waco, one of the top things that will come up first are paid, those sponsored advertisements, and you'll see you'll see an in Waco advertisement that comes up with that. We've gotten some really good results as through working through that. We've seen when you look at the keyword searches that we see on our paid search for the 3-month period, the last quarter of the year, we had over 89,000 impressions, a nearly 12% click-through rate, which means it came up and then there was an action that led them to move forward. So it was interesting to them. They clicked on it and it took them to the NWACO website where they were able to look at jobs or learn more about the community. So that's a pretty healthy click-through rate when we look at that. When people are looking through and doing keyword searches, we want to put things into the system that will populate and bring our community to the top of the list. And so we've been doing this for multiple quarters now, and it's really given us a higher rating of information that comes to the top. And so when we look at where we land on keywords that are put in, best cities to move to, we pop up. We've had over 24,000 impressions and almost 13% click-through rate with something like that. Manufacturing jobs, that's another area that we've added for keyword searches, over 15,000 impressions with that and an 8% click-through rate. Low-cost cities for living, that's a 13,000, almost 14,000 impressions and 15.5% click-through rate. So things that are top of mind for individuals, we try to put those into keywords that people are looking for. Safe cities, production jobs has been one where we've had just under 5,000 impressions, but the click-through rate on that is nearly 22%. So people are actively looking for employment opportunities. We're taking advantage of that, and we're connecting them through the NWACO site to opportunities that are out there. Best cities to raise a family. So what are the attributes of our communities? We're looking at that. Just under 3,000 impressions, but a 16% click-through rate. So there's definitely a lot of interest in the community, and that's spilling over into impressions in the system. So it would look like in Waco, and it'll come up with healthcare careers, it'll come with production careers, aviation jobs, those types of things will come up in the search when you're looking at it. When we look at the site itself, the analytics there, we've had over 13,000 users. it's actually 13,200, and nearly 13,000 of those have been new users. So we're driving a lot of traffic into the website, which means that people are getting on there, they're staying on for quite some time, and they're doing some digging about the community. They're looking at the jobs site is by far the most active page within the nwaco.com site. And when we see that, we have returning users, the sources of where those folks are coming from, over 68% of them are coming from those Google search ads. So we know that the dollars that we're investing in those paid searches are resulting in driving people into the NWACO site, and then they're taking advantage of the job search function of that too. And then we have other people, so we're doing advertisements through Spotify and some of the streaming, music streaming services. You won't hear those things locally because you're here, but if you're in Houston and you're on the treadmill and you're listening to your free music, you're probably going to hear an advertisement for NWACO.
That really makes me mad.
I probably won't hear that then.
If I'm in Houston on a treadmill, somebody kidnapped me and put me in a treadmill jail.
Again, you're in Houston, you won't be in here. So,
Do they ever pop up like at the, where you pay at the restaurant with a little table right there, where you pay?
I don't think that we're doing those.
Well, that'd be where I'd hear it, but.
But certainly, it's been a good investment of dollars. We're working right now with, the city of Waco has just launched a campaign as well for their, a city to believe in. And what we don't want to do is be conflicting in those messaging, but also looking at where there are opportunities to leverage partnership as well. And so, our communications director is working with the city's communications director, along with the Convention and Visitors Bureau director, to understand where are dollars being spent, what are the targeted areas that they're trying to look at for messaging, and where can we be there to either complement or fill in other places that are on our radar but aren't necessarily being looked at by those other organizations. So all in all, things are going really well. In all, we've had over on Facebook, we've had almost 3 million impressions since our launch. We've had almost 1.4 million impressions through our audio streaming, over 300,000 impressions through LinkedIn, and then nearly 900,000 impressions on paid search ads. So we're getting the message out there, and it's resulting in people coming to the site. It becomes a little bit harder once they come to the site to be able to track if they're actually equated to a job, because the site takes them to the employer's website, and at that point, that's where we lose track of them. So it's more the employers being able to give us feedback of whether or not they have knowledge that that person came to them through the NWACO piece or not. So that's our next follow-up is getting feedback from employers on that.
All right, any questions? All right, is there a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second?
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, next would be the economic development report.
So you have in your packet our report for the month of December. All in all, was still a very strong year for us. A number of attraction inquiries was down in comparison to 2022, but I think that is the result of businesses just taking a pause, especially with some of the things that are happening at the national level with interest rates, and then just looking at the overall global picture of what's happening right now. So as a result, inquiries were down.
You found that in election years, inquiries go down?
I think that we do tend to see historically a lower level of activity on election years because there is uncertainty in the market. Once it becomes clear who the candidates will be and if there's a prediction of who the winner will be, then we start
So
seeing.
nowadays, I think your election year is, starts in mid-year before.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's
18
it's a good
month-
18-month campaign.
18-month year.
Yeah, yeah. So if you take that and you add interest rates on
Yeah.
top of that, people are
Really
just
understand.
on the sideline a little bit right now,
Of
just
course.
waiting.
Yeah.
But we expect, I think at the end of the day, what we saw when it went from the 2016 to the 2020 change of leadership there, we didn't really see that much of a slowdown at that point because I think there was the business community understood at that point, okay, if this is the winner, we know what this policy is going to look like, and if this is the winner, we know what this is going to look like. And so either way, they knew they had a level of comfort.
Right.
We'll
No
see.
one likes uncertainty.
Nobody likes uncertainty, especially the market, the stock market. So, a couple of other things to just point out to you. We did have despite having fewer inquiries, we had a tremendous amount of boots on the ground, multiple visits, whether virtually or in person with companies. We exceeded our business retention expansion visit goal for the year. So that was 100, we hit 103. And this is the first time since pre-COVID that we've hit that 100 number. So getting back into where we needed to be. Lexi's doing a really great job. And, in spite of being out for 3 months, welcoming a new member of her family, she was able to knock that out of the park. So we expect that this year will be another strong year. Business assistance requests up from where we were last year. Still a lot of need within the community on the business side. And we're glad that they're reaching out to us. We don't want, if there's a problem, we want to know about it, and we want to figure out how to resolve it. And then getting back out into the market more and more on our business development events. And this year will be even more active for us. So just to give y'all a little bit of a year-end review, we announced over $1.23 billion in new capital investment. We had 1.2 million square feet of new construction announced for the year, 510 jobs that will result in $272 million in new payroll generation over the next 10 years. Texas was named the #1 state for doing business. The Industrial Foundation engaged in 10 land transactions the year, so that was a really busy real estate year for us. And then there are, the foundation is engaged in, just in the city of Waco, $25 million worth of completed and current infrastructure projects right now. That's a really busy year of activity for our team. And it's given us a level of perspective and appreciation for the work that utilities and public works departments do across our community, because $25 million is a drop in the bucket for what some of those folks are doing, but that's a huge number for the foundation to take on. It's the most, the highest level of infrastructure improvement projects that the foundation's ever taken on at one time. So
Wow, great.
that's my end of year report for y'all.
All right, any questions? So if you were just, out of the thin air to predict what the next year looks like, and maybe even in the next few months might look like, what would you say?
I think that it's going to be a very good start for 2024. So I think the first half of the year is going to be really, really strong. I'm a little cloudy on what the second half of the year looks like, but still, I think overall we're going to have one of our best years. I don't know that it's $1.2 billion we're good, but I think that it's definitely going to be a strong year for us. The other thing I would just say is we're seeing more interest from our existing businesses looking at expansion opportunities than we've seen the past couple of years. So if you look at the projects that we've worked over the last 3 years, they've predominantly been new business attractions to the market. And we're seeing more of our existing businesses reaching out to say, hey, we're considering some growth here. And I think that's really good and that's really healthy for us because it needs to be a balance between both sides of it. So with those projects, you typically see a higher level of capital investment and less job creation associated with them because they're retaining jobs and then they're adding a few to come on. And then you see the attraction projects that are bringing the higher level of new job creation. So it's a good balance between the two, and I'm glad to see that sector picking back up for us.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, is there a motion to approve the Chamber's report for recording purposes?
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Do
Madam
I have to
Trish.
do the spaceport thing, or is that on consent? Okay.
What is that?
I-1K.
Oh, okay.
I-1K. Oh, yeah. That was under consent, wasn't it? Or no, it wasn't. Wasn't the
A
budget.
budget, yeah.
Budget, yeah.
I-1K. Page 11. All right.
So this is a request from, to the McLennan County Spaceport Development Corporation to the county for reimbursement of $2,500 in, for the expenses related to the National Business Aviation Association Conference. We go with the Greater Waco Aerospace Alliance and promote the McLennan County Spaceport Development Corporation at that trade show. And it was a budgeted item as part of our budget request for the Spaceport Development Corporation. So this is just a reimbursement of a portion of the costs associated with that.
All right, any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the forecast. I'm forecasting that the Cowboys aren't gonna win the Super Bowl this year.
That's an easy one.
Anybody with me?
Thank you. All right, I'd like to go to item M4 and M8. M4 would be discussion or action regarding the 2024 total solar eclipse, and M8 would be discussion or action regarding the order authorizing Texas Independence Day fireworks sales. Ryan Darker, on deck. Good morning. Sorry you had to wait so long.
No, that's all right. I will wait my turn. Judge Felton, Commissioners, good morning. I guess along with everybody else this morning, I'd like to echo my condolences to the family of Commissioner Miller. In my former role as Assistant DMC, I regrettably didn't have as much interaction with this court as I would have liked. But the parts of Commissioner Miller that I did interact with, I really liked. Above all else, she was kind. And that is something that folks could use a whole lot more of in this world. She will be missed.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, that being said, I wanted to provide a briefing, or an updated briefing rather, on the eclipse, preparations for the eclipse, and kind of what we know moving forward at this point. We can go ahead and start that. So we've all seen this before. This is kind of the macro on the eclipse of how it makes its way through the continental U.S. Move to the next slide. This is in kind of the micro in the area here. Anything between those two yellow lines will be seen. The green line is kind of dead center, which just gets up into the far northwestern edges of our county, but it's still very close to the greater McLennan County area, which makes our area prime viewing. Next slide, please. I will say that majority of this, credit where credit is due, the majority of the new information in this slide, I shamelessly stole from the sheriff's office. Mike Graham, who's been kind of leading the preparations over there, has been doing really great work over there, so I wanted to give credit to them. That's where I got most of this information on the update. So what this picture shows is the driving distance from where the eclipse will be seen throughout the country. And as you can see, large swaths of the country are within an 8 to 10 hour drive. And those of us, who have been in Texas a long time, you can get from one side of Texas to the other and still have some time to go in 10 hours. So it is very drivable for a number of folks in the country. Next
Well,
slide.
that's if they drove to the gray area.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're talking about, driving, and those people
They could drive in the dark all the way.
the whole way.
Yeah.
I'd have to drive fast, though.
So this is a population. This one, the shortest drives to the eclipse based on population. So as you can see, basically, all the people who live in the green areas, the shortest drive for them is Texas. And so we are expecting statewide to see the most visitors of any other state by quite a large margin.
All those people from California.
What about those people from Roswell? Are they coming?
Next slide, please. So these slides were built off of an Austin-based think tank that did some model estimates of how many people we're seeing. So as you can see, in the greater Waco area, their estimates, the high range on that is about 42,000 people, which is very manageable, and it's something that we can do quite, I don't want to say easily, that's the wrong term, but we can certainly do. I think this graphic illustrates something else that we're kind of learning as we get more information as the event draws closer. It is not so much that we are in prime area to receive visitors, which we most certainly will receive visitors, and we're excited about that. It's a great opportunity to show, the great things about our community. But the places where the highest people are expected, as you can see in and around the hill country there with the nearly 500,000 on the high range, it's not so much they're coming here, but we are on the way. So that leads us to believe that of all the likely potential problems that we're going to have, it's probably just going to be a traffic issue. Most of the community will carry on as normal business, and they'll be in for a neat show with the sun, but the highway is going to be crowded, and we're spending a lot of time trying to think of ways to help mitigate that particular issue. Next slide. North of our area, it's kind of the same sort of thing. You can see in some areas they're expecting 60, 90, up just a little bit east of Dallas. You could see another high numbers, and if those people come from south of Waco, they gotta come. They gotta go through 35. It's the fastest way there. So high chances that there's going to be some highway congestion. So April median cloud count, it could be, it's middle of the road. It's springtime. It could most certainly be cloudy. It doesn't show, this graph doesn't show that on average we are particularly cloudy, but it could happen. Next slide, please. So our friends in Hillsboro, up the road here a little bit, have really put their backs into things. They're expecting an enormous amount of people because Astronomy Magazine has ranked them the 7th place to see it in the world. Not in the country, but in the world. So they are having a number of events. They renamed the town Eclipseboro for the whole thing. Really a whole bunch of things for our folks, for our friends in Hill County. Next slide. These were the numbers for the eclipse in Waco. We expect a partial eclipse to begin about 12:20, with total eclipse a little after 1:30. Total duration, 4 minutes and 11 seconds, somewhere therein, and the second partial eclipse as the moon moves away from the sun to be done around 3 p.m.
So the totality will be just over 4 minutes where it's totally dark.
Correct.
Eclipse.
Correct. What you're going to see is it get dark from the left, then get totally dark, then fade away to the other side, yes.
Now, can you view it, or can you look at it when the disc? Can you look at the disc without glasses when it's fully eclipsed? When it's fully?
I wouldn't advise it.
Okay.
It's still the sun. It's possible, but I mean, for safety circumstances, I wouldn't.
I already have.
Well, I'll try with my left eye.
I can tell you the partial eclipse we had in October, even when it was covered, it was still quite bright.
I mean, I told you what I did.
Yeah, it was still quite bright.
It still hurt.
Next slide. So the city of Waco is having a number of events throughout that day, starting that Friday, that Saturday, and that Sunday to really kind of lean into the opportunity we have in the city to welcome our guests. capped off by the event at Baylor, the Eclipse Over Texas event over at Touchdown Alley on Monday.
No fireworks show.
Not yet.
I thought that'd be nice, right in the peak of it.
Yeah. Right while it's.
Next slide. So you saw in the original presentation and then in some of those numbers along the different communities around Texas, that 50,000 number. So I just wanted to put context to that number. That's just a little more than a full Baylor game, which is something we do on the regular. Next slide.
Baylor game?
Well, a little bit more.
What's a full Baylor game?
Depends on who we're playing.
TCU, everyone's, they show up for that
There
one.
you go.
So what did we learn from other people, other jurisdictions that were spoke to, both in my office and in the sheriff's office and other places that they spoke with colleagues of theirs in public safety and law enforcement? Lots of cars. People are going to show up right for the big event and then hit the road almost immediately after, and that's going to be a challenge to manage, but we're up for that. Again, significant traffic. It really just kind of goes around the traffic, and they're going to get out of town probably almost immediately. Next slide. So it was asked the question, what do we do if it's cloudy? You may not be able to see the disk as well, but it will still get dark. The temperature will still drop. If you think of like the three-legged stool of the eclipse, where one leg will be the moon in front of the disk, the other will be the darkness, the third would be the temperature. We still get 2 out of 3, even if it's the cloudiest it could possibly be. So the eclipse will still come. A lot of folks will still be interested in it, for sure. So we've been saying that number from the beginning of the 100,000 number just for planning purposes. As you noticed earlier on, it's most likely going to be under that number. Hotel numbers that we've received recently show that there's still adequate space. That space is expensive, but it is there. So that tells us that we still have plenty of room to get to that number. And I'd say at this point, that 100,000 number is becoming less and less likely as we get close to the event, but we keep it for planning purposes. TxDOT is trying not to permit any construction or lane closures to make sure everybody can be on the road as much as they can. But you can expect it to be the single biggest mass travel day in the country. 32 million people live within the path of the eclipse in this country. Next slide. So again, what are we doing about it? We've been, we've been out in various communities upon request, giving our presentation that we gave to this court a couple of months ago about that. Most large school districts in the county have already made their plans for the eclipse. Some are still discussing it, but most have made that call. As I mentioned, the sheriff's office is leading a multi-agency preparedness campaign. They're doing really good work over in that shop, and kudos to them for that. As the event draws near, we will take a larger interest in really kind of closely monitoring the weather. We don't have real great data this far out. It's all kind of educated guessing at this point. But as the event draws closer, we will get a better outlook on meteorologically what we're going to be looked at. And of course, the EOC will be activated many times throughout the event and the days leading up to it, and until everybody gets out of town and business goes back to normal. Next slide. And if that's the end, anybody have any questions?
All right, any questions anyone have?
Looks like you're on it.
All right.
That's
Well,
really
so
interesting.
I think the question for us becomes, what do we do with that day?
So Dustin, you're on, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, this is the longest we've ever gone in court without hearing the word Dustin.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now.
Because he just got back to the office.
Okay.
All right, so you and I have talked a little bit about it, and so tell us what you know about other county offices and the schools and all those things, although Ryan.
Okay, so at the very least, it will be a non-jury day, and I believe it's a non-jury week. So there'll be no court activity on that Monday. Visited with Randy Riggs, Andy Harwell, and a few others, and of course, they're thinking that, safety and those things are paramount. Midway ISD has just voted last week to close that day. Waco ISD, as of right now, is still planning on it to be an educational learning day in school, but I believe they are evaluating that. And so that could be subject to change. And I do know several other districts in the community have elected to close that day. And so that's something that we can do. We can continue to monitor and see what Waco ISD does before judge and the court before y'all make the final decision. But that's kind of where things sit right now.
Okay. Well, I think we can put it on the agenda here, maybe next meeting and make a decision on it because it is getting closer and people need to plan, especially those parents with kids that won't be in school.
Right. Yep.
And so all those things need to be considered. So if that's that answers your question.
Well, I'll just tell you, West is having a educational program.
Yeah. Yeah, the school's challenge is they don't want to lose that day. You know, they have to make it up somewhere.
Yeah, some schools
They flipped.
have those days built in already.
Yeah.
And bad weather days, emergency days, and made it a lot easier when they went to the required minutes instead of days of school a few years ago. So that's where you see a lot of schools taking more professional development days and days off because of that rule change. But those schools that have those available days, I think we'll look closely at closing.
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions for Ryan on that one? All right, is there a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. All right, next, Ryan would be talking about
Texas Independence.
the, regarding authorizing Texas Independence Day fireworks sales.
The standard line from emergency management is we always want to encourage folks to be thoughtful and safe when using fireworks. That being said, as far as any drought, we're in real good shape. Our drought index scores in the double digits, which is very, very low. So as far, I mean, any sort of grass can burn, but as far as high fire weather threat, none exists. We're perfectly happy to recommend we allow that.
Okay, of course, July, we don't know what it'll be, so,
It'll be hot.
yeah. Okay, any questions, comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to allow fireworks sales for Texas Independent Day.
All right.
Second.
What day is that?
March the 2nd.
Oh, okay, I was thinking, July 4th, sorry. Yeah, March is right around.
Yeah.
6th is Alamo Day.
Did it thunder? All right, we have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan, always.
Okay, I think that cleans up all of that. So, going back to the pulled items on the consent agenda, I'd like to go to, under item E3A, HR matter for HR.
Hi, everyone.
Hello. Morning. Still morning? Yeah, early. Okay, this is a item that's been deferred, and so I talked to Anna yesterday a little bit about some of the things that she might expect from the court. One is, and there's way more than what I'm fixing to say, but one is the consequences of this. How does it affect other departments and other methodologies and used for salaries and classification movements? So, and there may be others, but if you'll go ahead and you can go ahead and go over your report, and then y'all jump in anytime to ask questions.
Okay, yes, sir. So I brought forward a request for personnel staffing needs that the HR department has currently. And it really serves as a request to restructure the HR department to what I feel like the county needs from the HR department in terms of services. And so this has been in the works. I took the role of director in early 2021. Typically, as a new leader in a department like that, the court offers the opportunity to review and assess and structure the office to meet the needs outlined by the court. And so in 2021, we were still in the middle of the pandemic and COVID, and I wanted to have a good year of what we could consider normal data before jumping into a restructure and ensuring that it was going to meet long-term needs of the county. And so I feel that's happened. I've done that. I've had the opportunity to review that information. And so that's, I have before you hear that long-term restructure that I believe fits the county needs. We would typically advise departments to wait for budget sessions. There is another factor that's prompting the mid-year request, kind of speeding that request up. And that is a direct recruitment of HR staff from competing employers. And so there are 2 HR staff members who accepted offers higher than what they were making here, 20% and 25%. Respectively. One of those is a lateral move, and they got a 25% increase in salary. And then I have a third staff member who also got directly contacted by a competing employer for also a lot more money. And so it felt irresponsible to wait until budget. I felt like I need to at least bring these needs before the court for consideration. So that brings us here today. So what specifically I'm bringing before the court is a request to reclassify 2 existing positions to leadership roles that would create a structure of 2 service groups under the HR department. One service group that would be focused on supervision support, training support, and risk mitigation. And so they would be responsible for leave management, workers' compensation program, safety program, and our employee relations functions. So helping employees with their grievances and helping supervisors better relationships with their staff. And so that's one group. The other group would be our benefits group. So maintaining our compensation system, and reviewing our benefits programs to ensure that they're working efficiently for the county and for employees. We'd also house our recruitment staff under that group, and they'd also be maintaining our HRIS or our employer systems by data entry and things like that, and of course serve as our frontline service to employees. So it's the 2 reclassification. There's also been quite a steady, consistent increase in work volume. So given that the request includes a full-time HR specialist, we have a current part-time budget. We would eliminate that and just add on a full-time staff member. We have more than enough work to keep them busy for quite a while. So, and we see that not changing. And so that was one of the reasons waiting until after COVID. We were slammed in COVID, and it wasn't prudent to just take action at that time for a full-time position. We wanted to kind of make sure that there was going to be an ongoing need, and there definitely is. COVID's now just out of maintenance at this point, and the volume continues to increase. So that's what's prompting the restructure. We feel it fits the needs of the county. The work volume is there. As far as what oh, in addition to, I'm sorry, it's 2 reclassifications, the additional position, and then I'm requesting also to bring all HR staff to a compensation ratio of 1 to maintain that competitiveness, to ensure retention of talent here for the HR department. So that's the third piece there of the request. Judge Felton mentioned, possible consequences to what this could mean for other county departments. And so what I've used in my comparisons in my presentation is comparisons to other service departments who may have experienced work volume increases. We're a service department, we're serving the workforce, and we're implementing workforce programs, and not just implementing them, but maintaining analysis of the program to ensure that the court is seeing a return on investment. So when a department comes forward to request a program like night shift pay differential, the court's making that investment to ensure we're retaining jailers and reducing turnover, and HR is in turn not just kind of slapping a policy together and throwing it out there and seeing if it sticks. It requires ongoing monitoring and maintenance, and so that work to ensure that it's that the goal is being met takes staff, and it takes talented staff, and so that would be a key kind of factor in, well, what are the consequences here if we don't have staffing for HR? Yes, you can in turn see other departments use us as a comparison to fulfill possible staffing needs that they may have, but here for us, the results or consequences countywide would be possible lapse in that continual review of return on investments. We, first of all, don't want to stop the initiatives from happening. We're excited when we can develop a program that's going to ensure retention of talent and cultivate this workforce culture of innovation. And so we want to be sure that that continues. And so we don't want to just implement programs. We want to continue monitoring them, pivot if they need to, change them if they need to ensure those results continue to be delivered to the court in terms of turnover ratio and employee satisfaction. So I'll stop there, and if the court has any questions, we can kind of discuss and work
Okay.
through that.
All right, questions?
Looking at this new structure and the requested titles and budgeted request and salary increase, Anna, it almost appears that we don't have any more entry-level positions that we would have other places. And so it's almost saying other places are all right to have entry-level, but all of my people are going to be at the same level. Am I saying that right, or am I looking at that wrong? There's no such thing as a entry level. We're trying to raise everybody up to the same level.
So there's only 2 positions I'm requesting reclassification for, so we would still, if the full, request were to be approved and implemented, HR would have 3 HR specialists and a recruitment specialist. And so minimum requirements to enter those positions would be a year of experience and a bachelor's degree, or a combination of years of experience in education.
So which of these do you consider entry level then?
So it's, again, the 3 HR specialist positions listed there under the agenda that you have, and then the recruitment specialist. And entry level is, I want to address that because there are minimum requirements to enter the position, and so it's a trainable position, and there's room for growth within the position itself. And so somebody can maintain or hold that position for 4 to 5 years and still have room to grow within that position. And so that's why I wouldn't necessarily call it an entry-level position. You can enter it with minimum experience. However, the more that position learned and grew, the more projects it would be able to handle. So I wouldn't, somebody with 1 year of experience and a bachelor's degree, I would not start them at that requested budget. I would start them much lower.
You don't see that being the case with other departments? That their people don't have room to grow at entry levels, or?
For other departments.
Yeah, are there other similar situations where somebody comes in at entry level and they're maxed out right there? There's no room to grow, to learn new things?
That would be difficult to answer. I feel like that would be a department by department assessment in general. I feel like there's plenty of entry-level opportunities across the county where there's plenty of learning opportunities and
I ran some numbers, asked for some numbers, and tell me if this matches yours. 2 other departments I ran within the county, and what you're asking the court to consider is your average salary being anywhere from $7,000 to $8,000 higher than other departments, and with the proposed position I get, or what you're proposing, that's current right now, I'm sorry, that's current right now. I'm showing almost $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 higher for your average salary. And under your proposed, it would go as high as $12,000, $13,000, $14,000 more than the average in some of our other departments. And trying to keep everything equal that we tried to and hold everybody at the 0.8 to 1, that's a difficult, that's a hard thing to swallow. And I think those other department heads are going to consider it really difficult to swallow, and I think we're going to have people knocking on our doors. And that's my opinion.
And I agree, and I don't know that they'll be sour about it, but I know that we should anticipate asks, and probably before the budget.
If I can address the average there that you're using, Commissioner Smith, and what we rely on is the compensation ratio. And so in order to maintain equity amongst departments, so the comparison should be there also against market and industry. So in the HR industry, HR professionals are in the top 20% of highest paid professions. And so my concern is comparing to market. And so, which is why it's its own factor in our compensation system. So those others that make up this average that you're referencing, I'd like to kind of identify them by department and see what is their compensation ratio compared to their market, and who are we competing with, and are our salaries competitive to market? And I feel like that.
I understand what you're saying, I really do, but I don't know that somebody else in another department is concerned too much about ratios when they're looking at the different salaries.
Well, and I think, somewhat agree with you, but I think they are gonna look at the ratios and go, hey, if your average is gonna be at 1.0, then why shouldn't everybody be at 1.0? And I kinda see it playing out more that way than they're making so much more. It's just, hey, put me to a 1.0. And I don't know, at the end of the day, I do know that salaries are going up in our area from a competitive standpoint, a market standpoint. So it's something that we're gonna have to address sooner or later. It's just a big leap for me right now. And what would you anticipate, if we said today, this is good, it works, what would you anticipate happens tomorrow from the other departments?
In past budget sessions, typically when HR presents a request on behalf of another department that they're making, HR usually always has a recommendation of of 1 ratio. So, which is why I've kept it at a 1 here. And even though we may have justification to even go above 1, considering the competition that we're facing. But we're keeping it at 1 to maintain that consistency. And so that when budget session comes and these departments come forward, we can say we've maintained this same practice. And so here the deviation is the mid-year request, and explaining what's prompted that is the enormous offers that, you know, our staff has gone, which is a great testament to their talent, and I'm proud, but also, but you know, that leaves us struggling here. And so that's the difference there, and so that's the deviation and why we're coming before the court. The request itself, I would say, doesn't deviate from what we've seen in previous budget in which HR has presented on behalf of others. And so that would, I hope that answered your question.
Well, it does, and I think that's probably the bigger issue right now is the deviation from. I'm just concerned of what it could generate from other departments, and we're not in a position right now to address those because we're just starting into a new budget, so to speak. So
I think I agree with, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but we make the decision here. And I would not support standardizing something that everybody at a certain ratio. I think just like you look at departments, you look at individuals, or just like you look at individuals, look at departments. If we don't have some variation off the median and that takes into consideration performance, tenure, things like that, then there's no incentive. I mean, we keep talking about taking incentive pay away. If that's a decision of the court, and then we standardize everybody to the same ratio, then we took away the incentives for being.
Judge, I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is we can anticipate that everyone's gonna come in and wanna be a 1.0.
Right, and they should anticipate that they're gonna ask it, and we're gonna make the decision.
And then it would be difficult for us during the budget. I just hate to start this process.
I think any department head worth his salt is gonna come forward and will attempt to justify why their employees should be at a certain level. We've got to make that decision. We've got to make that decision.
I agree on a individual by individual basis, not by a department basis. In other words, a person ought to be able to show their value to their supervisor and have a goal of being considered above average, you know, over and above. I work hard, I show up on time, I bring ideas, and my whole goal is, first of all, personal satisfaction from getting there, but second of all, get a higher, if I'm gonna come to work every day, why don't I achieve the highest salary I can? So they're performance driven, and so I think it's coincidental maybe that she's using ratio of 1. I agree with her. 1, I mean, if you really look at these people on an individual basis, there might be some of these that would be over 1. And so I think that, and that goes back to the Waters report that broke it out. That was our standard. Just like I object to making any adjustments to COLA based on things that don't have to do with the cost of living. Just because we had a tough year or whatever, I think there's other places we cut.
And I don't disagree with what you're saying, Judge, and I understand. If an employee comes to the employer and they sit down and say, I think I deserve more money because I can go elsewhere and get more money, and I'm working at this level, and the employer agrees, then they're going to come to us. And what basis do we have to tell that person that they didn't do it?
So I look at that as a different decision in that we're gonna raise the whole salary base by this amount. So a 1 still a 1, a 0.8 still, it all moved with it. And then still, within that department, by the performance review, how they stack in. But the 1 that relates to, let's say, $35,000, all of a sudden, 35, we adjust that to 40, and 40 it is now the new 1 ratio. If that makes sense.
Sure.
And then, and so that's how we adjust it, not by fooling with the COLA or other things.
What do we use our basis for moving from a 0.8 to a 1, or moving the 1 to a new level of 1? What goes into that factor?
Well, I think
What the market, how it's market driven?
Nope. I mean, I don't think it is. I think it's driven by the fact of how that individual is performing within that group of people that have that same job description.
Yeah, but I'm saying when we set 1 as 40,000 as
Yeah.
opposed to 1 being 35,000, what did we base moving from 35 to 40 for the same 1?
So that decision based on us seeing the market out there that we're not competitive.
Okay,
And so we moved the whole standard.
the whole standard moved
Yeah.
up. Okay.
And so, I doubt it would ever happen, but in business it does, where that base salary could actually, where economy's bad and the company's not doing well or whatever, actually goes down. But that performance of that individual didn't change, but their base that they work off of, whether they're 0.80 or 1.2, is still in that range, but that moved down because the company couldn't afford to.
Couldn't afford it.
Yeah, and they took the risk of losing people. I think right now this economy's driving us towards moving that base higher, at least by department. It doesn't mean across the board either. It means by department, because the jail we addressed the jail issue, recommendation of the court and jail people said that this night deal, biggest turnover, we need to figure out how to do it. We made that decision. It appears to be a good decision, right? What we see right now?
So far, based on the first quarter of implementation.
First quarter, we gotta play it out. So,
But we did that in the parameters of our budget session also too.
yeah,
When we
I agree,
when we
100%.
do come out with those type of global, these big type of, the type of global decisions that you're talking about
Yeah.
right now.
They have to be in the budget.
Uh-huh.
I agree.
So to me, I echo what Commissioner Perry said, and I'm a little bit concerned about the reactionary nature of the request, just in the fact that, wow, you're always going to have poaching and stuff out there, and if they're really paying, I believe you 100% that I feel like it sets a bad precedence for us to do a big global reorganization like this in the middle of our budget year, and it's going to open the floodgates.
I don't disagree with that at all.
And I'm not arguing any of the data.
Yeah, yeah, right.
I'm not arguing what you're asking. What I'm trying to have, again, what Commissioner Jones was saying, is it the right time? And how much damage do we cause by?
Okay, so that's a good question. So if you would answer the question, why is this the right time?
Sure,
To
so,
address at least part of your issues.
sure.
Vacancy, obviously.
And I don't want the court to feel like this is a kind of reactionary kind of thing, because again, I've been assessing this since 2021. And I wanted to ensure that the information that I was providing was based on data during normal operating times outside of COVID. Because had I based it on COVID times, we would have needed 3 more full-time staff members. And so we waited for that to subside. This structure is something that we see is needed as the court wants to develop more workforce programming. And so that is what is behind this design as far as the mid-year. So whether it was now or during budget session, the structure and the nature of the request would have would be the same. We're just speeding it up prior to budget, again, due to just the timing of these employees getting these offers of employment in November, which of all times, it happened in November, plus.
You gotta use your charm, man.
I know. And just to ensure, again, not reactionary, I invited the county judge's office and Dustin do exit interviews for my staff to ensure that it isn't something internally that we first need to correct or fix. And
You
so I
can't
wanted,
do anything about 20%. I
I
don't care how
can't.
good you are.
Yeah.
right, I can't beat 20% wage increase. I'm very happy for the staff members that, that another employer recognized that talent that they had. The court got to see a little bit of that prior to one of their exits, and they actually presented before Salary Grievance Committee. But we still have talent here. And so I did not want to come to budget FY25 sessions having to explain to court how I allowed the loss of 4 talented individuals instead of 2. So that is why I'm coming now.
What if the court said we were satisfied with the level of services being offered and satisfied with the current department structure? Then how would that affect your rationale? And it wouldn't obviously affect the idea that 2 people were leaving. But are you saying that there is no pool of applicants out there, or you haven't seen any, that you could train up to these positions? Or no one applies for HR?
We do have folks apply for HR, and I'm very, I think an indicator of a department's kind of well-being is interest from internal employees. And so we actually have internal employees who are not in the HR department, who are, work amongst other county offices, who apply for our office. And I appreciate their interest in our office. I feel like that means that they're seeing something from their HR department that they like, and they want to be a part of that. And so we do have interest in our office. There's a lot of investment that goes on with training. We can train up, of course, but that's time and money that the county has invested in that individual. And so HR is just asking for the continuation of that investment and that training that's been, I guess, bestowed on that employee. That's only one part of your question.
First part, what if we were satisfied with the level of services being offered to our employees and we're satisfied with the current structure?
Not interested in expanding
Yeah, exactly, at this time.
at this time, yeah.
At this time, I feel like even if we didn't continue to expand, the programs already implemented require ongoing monitoring.
Right.
And analysis and assessment. So I feel like the structure would still, the structure I propose would still work. If we have to maintain our current structure, I might make a little internal tweaks to maintain service level, but we could maintain it. It would require a lot of cross-training to ensure at least on intake level of services, employees' needs were being met.
Well, would it be a true statement that any department head could say, I need to restructure my department? And then who would have the final say on that if they come and say, but to do that, I need additional positions or more money for my staff, but we do need a restructuring and propose a restructure. Is that possible? So that they create some level of equality so everybody's pay gets raised.
I'm sorry,
Commissioner, I think
repeat your
one thing
question.
that-
I'm trying to,
That's Mike.
Mike,
That's our
Yeah.
decision
are you there?
I think
in the end.
Yeah, one thing is, again, it's the market. It's the market that this is, HR professionals are a hot commodity. And always remember that HR is the gateway to employment lawsuits. And HR actually, as the gatekeeper, has done a great job because we've had so few even complaints that they've handled everything. And so it's a very important initial department.
As opposed to other departments, Mike?
Well, they're all important, but I'm telling you, what I'm talking about is that they are a gatekeeper to claims. And from a legal standpoint, I appreciate the work they do.
Absolutely.
thank you, Mike.
One other thing, one that's different than has been, and Dustin pointed out to me, I think David Ives is on. But the sheriff's department in the past had limited use or limited relationship with HR. And that's expanded, I think, Captain Ives said fivefold just here recently. And so that is a new thing. It's not a new thing that they do, it's an increase in what they've been doing.
Back and forth.
Yeah. And so, I mean, so the court, I guess the thing to consider is, first of all, are we concerned about the cause of the turnover? And second of all, do we adjust anything or just say you gotta stay within your budget and fill those two positions, and then, I'm not putting words in your mouth, but then wait till budget time for any expansion of the staff and services?
Well, and maybe one way to meet you halfway in this is, I see you requesting two pay grade changes. And I might be willing in this instance, because of the responsibilities that those people have, consider those and nothing else at this time until budget.
So what about the unfilled positions?
Well,
So
right
on the
now,
pay grade,
well, if she's got unfilled positions, obviously she needs to try and fill those. But what I'm talking about is your HR generalist going to a manager and your benefit specialist going to a manager. We have taken into consideration classification changes in the past during budget. And I would consider that before I would consider just the entire. I'm not telling you that this isn't needed, but I'm just saying that I don't know that this is the time. So I would want to meet you halfway and help in some way. But I don't want to just throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I see what you're saying. One of my concerns is talent retention, and so that would help us get us there. One of our vacancies we do have currently posted, it's an HR specialist position, we have that posted. We're getting applications, we're not getting waves of applications, but they are coming in. And the one I've held off posting, the HR generalist position, hoping to increase the budget so that I can attract waves of applicants that we could consider in interview. And so that's the mindset there. So I do have two current positions that I need to fill, but I do have two positions currently filled with talented staff. And so if I understand the court's reasoning, and if that is kind of where the court, sees this going, then of course I'm not going to be opposed to it. I'll take take any help the court is willing to offer.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Yeah. And I know the need is there. I just have a problem with in my mind, the inequities that we're creating.
So is there any other information you or anyone else needs?
I'm not opposed to this, Judge, and every other department coming to us at budget time. But just right now, one at a time, I feel like we're gonna get a one at a time. We're gonna get somebody else coming, somebody else coming, somebody else.
So that's telling me that, fill the positions because you have the budget to do it. And then anything else that causes adjustment of the budget would be held till the budget time, which would oppose what Commissioner Perry's saying about making those adjustments
But
now.
I'll certainly go along with what the board, the court decides.
I'm just saying just two classification changes is what I'm.
So what's the cost?
Huge.
It's, what have we got here? It's 23,000 in one and it's 7,600 in the other.
It's not budgeted.
31.
That's the point, right? It's not budgeted, so Commissioner Smith, I think he feels that those two positions ought to be filled that are empty, because they need,
They're not empty right now, are they?
Those
two?
two that he's bringing up, no.
Okay,
No.
those are already current.
but you've got two vacancies, right?
Yes,
2 vacancies?
Yeah.
yes.
So
Which
Which ones? That was my question too.
which ones are those?
So I have an HR specialist.
What number?
Position vacant, I believe it's 1179.
Okay, that one right there.
And then I have the HR generalist, position number 244.
244? So those 2 are currently vacant.
Yes.
So right now, they have, budgeted salaries of, let's see, looks like, current budget on item 79 is 56,990, and on, 244 is 66,663. So on those two, first of all, everybody's okay with their filling the position. Forget the money. We need to fill the positions, right?
Well, I would think that goes without saying.
Yeah, but I just want to be sure.
Okay.
I didn't want to assume something. Okay, so then, so that's a go. I don't think anybody opposes that. All right, so.
So you're
anyone
talking about
oppose-
increasing those to?
That's what I'm fixing to say. Are we okay with the increase? Because that's outside of budget, Commissioner Smith.
I would support filling them under current budget.
Okay, under the 56,999 and
663.
63. All right, there's other thoughts.
Like I say, I'm leaning to being, I'm okay with the classification for top staff, okay? And that's no disrespect to anybody else in your department. I'm just looking at a way to mitigate that, but not go all in.
Whole deal.
So your plan, what you would propose then would be that, position 181 and
1182.
1182. Get what she.
Classification changes,
Classification changes and the raises.
yes, sir.
Okay, so what do we do about the two open positions?
I thought we just agreed to that.
Okay, well, I didn't know whether we did or not. We didn't.
There was no agreement.
Yeah,
Well, the open positions, Commissioner, was saying that you fill them at what they're at, and I'm agreeable with
You're
that.
agree with
The
that?
only thing I'm willing to change right now are those two positions.
okay. So I don't know, you're the manager, but, so when you go back in there, and you've got these two positions that we increased, and then you got these two posted ones that didn't increase, is that gonna be a challenge for you? I'm not putting words in your mouth, but to fill those positions, or you think you can get it done?
I think it'll be a challenge to fill the HR generalist position. Right now, that one does have, it's probably in the top, it's in the lowest 5% as far as compensation ratios goes. That HR generalist, that's our countywide positions. That, I could fill it. It'll take a longer time, and it might not be the pool that we would hope for if we don't increase that one. And the office we just gave our activity report in the last session, and I'm reporting the comp times. We can't sustain the work volume through 10/1 at that level. I'll have to post it, and because my staff needs the help. I've been asking them to be patient with me.
So you haven't posted it waiting to see what the outcome was here? Is
Right.
that what I'm understanding? Okay.
Right, I've been,
So we don't really know how much interest there might be.
again, we can get a lot of applications. It might not be the applications that we are hoping for. But, I would,
And let me
But
say this is,
you can't just raise those two
you can
and
do,
leave everybody else out.
with a classification change, you can.
Like,
They're
no,
gonna
I understand that. I understand, not the two you're talking about.
Oh, okay.
We're talking about the two positions that are open. If we raise that salary for those two positions that are
I'm
open,
saying no on
then
that.
you've got these other people that you're not.
I'm saying no on those.
Okay.
Until, now listen, at budget, everything's back on the table.
You're saying no to changing the budget.
They
You
come
can
in
do
at
it
the
within
current
the
pay.
budget.
They come in at the current pay.
and if by then, because I'll post
Right.
the HR, and if I'm struggling to find qualified applicants that I feel will fit the team,
Come back.
then I could come back at budget and show that data. This is all I've gotten. I've not been able to fill it. And
Okay, so Commissioner Smith, that's, on those two, that's within what you agreed,
The two current
Yeah.
positions that are open.
at the existing budget. So no budget change, so you two agree on that, so what do you think?
I agree.
Okay.
I don't even think she would have to ask permission to do that at the current, I mean, she just
You
does
wouldn't,
it.
no, you wouldn't, that's exactly right, but in the full discussion, it's treating two different.
I will say that, yeah, okay, well,
So, okay, so that's out of the way, fill the positions, do it by Friday.
okay.
Current budget.
In the budget, and, so then the next one is the suggestion of, Commissioner Perry to change the job classifications on, item, 79 and 44.
No, it's
No, it's-
1181.
It's 81 and 82.
1182, yeah, 81, 82.
I'm sorry, you're right.
And a comment on the 1181, the benefits position, just the request there is to increase that budget. It's currently funded out of the health fund, not the general fund. And
That's right, yeah.
I would think that
but
the
it's not the whole.
increase would also, if that's
The whole
possible.
position's not funded out of the health fund, is it?
The whole
The whole,
position
the whole
is.
position? Oh, okay.
That makes sense.
How do you
It's
feel
not a
about
budget, it doesn't hit,
And
it.
then that's not a budget, right?
It's outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That's the one you're worried about, right?
But that's one of your positions that has a lot of strength right
Yes.
now. In fact, would you venture to say that both these changes or requests for changes of classification are probably two of your more experienced and better staff? With experience, again, I don't want to
Experience,
disrespect
not
anybody in
necessarily
there.
better,
'Cause-
but yes, I mean,
Okay,
Okay, so, Commissioner Smith, the fact that the, under 81, the benefit specialist is not, it's funded by the employees actually, and the share between what we put in the health fund and what the employees put in. And so, is that one, and it doesn't affect our budget, right?
No, it wouldn't affect the budget, of course, over time. Of course, that's money that's being funneled in, like you said, from the
because we-
county or employees, but,
Indirect, yeah.
but we do need that salary set an amount changed, the budget amount set, but there's no budget line to increase
Okay.
per se.
So we're looking at a $7,600 increase.
Yes, if we were just
Yeah.
considering the 11.
So what's your thoughts on that?
I'm still having a problem, Judge,
Okay.
with the changing in the middle of the year.
Okay.
But I'll certainly, like I said, I'll acquiesce to whatever the court decides, so.
Well, and we're
Without-
gonna, we're
without
gonna
a
face
problem.
this now, or we're gonna face it at budget.
Yeah, but I'd
And-
rather face everybody's at one time.
Well, I understand that too, but I also know that we're talking about the backbone, the more experienced piece of her department. And I'm assuming that one of these, if not both of them, are on the radar right now.
Yes.
But I could see somebody coming, telling us the same thing, my most experienced person, I need to help them out, they're ready to leave because they're not getting what they think they deserve. I can't do without them.
You're right.
But we've never not looked at classification changes when they've come in. I will say that.
Yeah.
And so
And
she's.
we've questioned them.
Right, and she's not doing anything that we haven't had other department heads or elected officials do in the past of requesting.
He didn't have a problem with that, he's got a problem with the timing.
Timing's more.
But I'm saying that during the budget year, we've always entertained those multiple times. Am I correct? And that we've had classification changes during the budget.
Yes.
So, now, a total budget change? No. But I can understand the need and the classification, and yes, we may see some more of those, but again, it's coming sooner or later, so. And if anybody else came with something, I would look for a compromise of some form in that as well. Because this is a compromise from what she's asking.
So I think the floor is open for someone to make a motion to see if they can get any support on it.
I would make a motion to approve only the 2 classification changes requested by the HR department.
Is there a second?
And the associated increase in pay that goes with that classification change.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All right, anybody want to debate further their position?
I think
I'd say start the vote on the other end.
I can. In fact, if there's no other discussion, I want to call for a vote starting from my right, going to my left.
Commissioner Perry,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones,
Aye.
Judge Colton.
Can you skip me and go down here? Nobody's gonna vote on that. I can't get out of the middle. I know that HR is a highly sought after group of individuals this day more than ever, just because of all the things people get mad about.
And the liability.
Yeah.
That they handle.
As much as I do not like Commissioner Smith supporting these things in the middle of the budget year, I'll say aye.
Abstain.
I'll just say, I agree with Commissioner Smith about the middle of the budget
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
This is a hard one, but I do like this, I do like the compromise.
I'm all right with compromise.
Pass.
I am.
Okay.
I felt like I needed to be true to my thoughts.
If you keep us tied up this much longer, we're gonna cut your pay to 4.
I know, I felt
Or
the,
bring lunch in.
I felt
That
the
would work.
eye change with every minute passing. I was like, oh gosh, we're reaching noon. Thank you all so much. I appreciate the consideration. And I'll see you all at budget.
And then, hey, keep it surprised when you see new requesters coming in.
Okay. Pardon me? I did say pass. Yeah. Under E3B, HR matter for Commissioner Precinct 2. So, was that you want to present that? What is that issue?
Says Judge Filton, Mike Dixon, E3B.
Dustin?
Judge, yeah, Judge, this was just the discussion on
Oh,
the vacancy and then the appointment process. And I know you were gonna kind of discuss what's been done to date in precinct 2.
Okay, all right, and either you or Mike in a minute, kind of read the statute. But, you know, after the shocking news on Sunday, early Monday morning, and a little bit Sunday evening, but Monday morning, efforts went into place, first of all, to be sure that payroll, all those things, that there's no hitches in any of those kind of things, and approvals. And where Dustin, myself, Francis, Mike, and then Tracy, we had conversations that day. She immediately got with the crew, had discussions with them. HR provided counseling out there that I understand was appreciated, utilized and appreciated, and might even do more of that. There was the day of bereavement that day. I think Tuesday, Commissioner Perry went with Tracy. And did Anna go as well? Yeah, okay, out to the precinct, bringing in support and condolences to the group. And so, you know, since then, everybody's reporting to each other. We want to do is, in the, what I understand, the employees, and I actually got direct messages from a couple that they want to make Commissioner Miller proud, that they, you know, that they know the responsibilities they have, including Tracy, who's done an outstanding job. And I really applaud her on her communication skills and touching base with everyone. We, out of respect for Commissioner Miller, I might have lost my place there a little bit, but any discussions regarding the replacement of Commissioner Miller and all are held until after sometime later, after her services and her being honored happens. I think that's only appropriate.
I agree.
Because this Commissioner's Court date today is where it is, and there needs to be some kind of public information about how that position is handled between now and the November election. I will refer it to either Dustin or Mike to talk about the statute, what the statute says.
Yes, Judge, the statute provides that the county judge is authorized to appoint a suitable resident of the precinct to fill the vacancy until the next general election. And as far as that the next general election goes, we're at a point where, you know, the sign-ups and all that are way past. And so it's going to be up to the parties to appoint candidates for the general election.
Well, can they just put one, like let's just say the Democratic Party, they can just put one person on the ballot though, right?
Right.
They have their own voting within the precinct chairs to.
Yeah, I think the executive.
Yeah, the executive, and so
committee.
however many's in that group, they get together and then they decide who, and I would assume people that are interested would talk to them about asking them to put them on the ballot.
Right.
Same thing Republican. Okay, so I want you to speak to one other thing is the required time frame. Dustin, I think we
there's not, as far as filling the vacancy.
Yes.
There's for a county under 300,000, there's not a set time frame. For the county over 300,000, it's 60 days, and then the Commissioner's Court can fill the position. But as a county under 300,000, does say the judge shall appoint, but it doesn't have a time restriction. And
And I think one other thing that be sure people understand is, even if I appointed someone, if that particular party, if one of those parties didn't put them on their ballot, they wouldn't have the opportunity to run in November. Dustin, isn't that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So it's solely up to the county executive committees right now who runs in November,
Right.
county parties.
It's up to me if I want to appoint.
If you want to appoint or
It's
not.
up to them to put them, who's gonna go on the ballot. So it's a multifaceted situation. So, all right, any other questions or comments on
Explains
that?
everything.
All right, again, I want to thank Tracy for her involvement and dedication to,
Very
Every
organized
deal.
lady sitting over here.
Yeah.
Very organized.
Yeah, and from our office viewpoint, Tracy, you've done a wonderful job. Thank you so much. I know
Definitely so.
every one of the commissioners
and I
appreciates what you've done and the judge.
absolutely. And just to add one other thing that for the public to know is the commissioners, all the commissioners have said they'll help in any way they can. Some of the foremen, I know yours, Will, stands ready to help wherever they can. I appreciate Commissioner Perry going out and meeting with the crew. You know, they have a schedule of work and, you know, they know what to do. And so we're gonna help them any way, you know, we can.
Tracy, if it has anything to do with the pick and shovel, start on that end down there and work around. Okay.
I'm good at picking a shovel, I'm just not good at using it.
Thank you, Tracy.
All right. All right, what's, got that? Dustin, you wanna pick it up from there? I don't know if you know.
Yes,
everything
sir.
we covered, but-
We can move down to item F, bids, RFPs, RFQs. F1 is authorization of renewal recommendation for bid 22-001 corrugated steel and polypropylene culverts with Wilson Culverts and Advanced Drainage System. Ken?
Currently, the McLennan County has a contract with Wilson Culverts to furnish the county with the corrugated steel culverts and advanced drainage systems to furnish the county with polypropylene culverts from our bid 22-001. The initial term of the contract was from March 1, 2022 through February 28, 2023, with the option to renew per mutual agreement at the discretion of McLennan County Commissioners Court. We contacted Wilson Culverts. They were willing to renew the option on their contract with a decrease in their pricing. Just to share, again, this was initiated in 22. In the 23-24 budget year, they reduced the prices on the culverts from the original bid by 10 to 11%. And this year, they're reducing the prices on those culverts again, 11 to 12%, with the most, I think some of the most popular sizes, the 24, 30, and 36, they're reducing from 22 to 29%. So we would, if the court, on the polypropylene, there's no change in pricing. But if the court approves, the contract renewal would be in effect from March 1, 2024 through February 28, 2025.
What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
F2, authorization to manage engine product price quote from Zoho Corporation, platform to monitor and optimize server network and end user equipment for IT. John?
Good afternoon now. This item is for adding, so we normally would not renew our got the wrong one, the manage engine product. until April 15th, but as we were gathering quotes for a couple of modules we were going to add, we actually ran into a great deal where we could renew a little bit early and still save money over last year's renewal. What this does is adds a Microsoft 365 module for administration, as we now have Microsoft 365. It also adds AD self-service. What this allowed folks to do is like do automated password resets so that will free up IT staff. And then the Manage Engine Analytics Plus, which will help us with reporting and doing predictive analytics. We also, because of our additional technicians we've added, we had to add some licenses to our AD manager just because we have more technicians now. And this overall total, as you'll see in your packet, is $69,971.11, which saves over our previous year of $3,362.89 savings. So overall, this is already included in the budget. It's under budget. It has been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second. I have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Item F3, authorization of quote from Dell Technologies for the iSalon Sync IQ expansion. John?
Yes, this is for our iSalon expansion, which was approved during the budget. This is actually, again, under budget for what we had budgeted for. The reason we're bringing it back is this particular part of it, the Sync IQ license, the $5,688 was not brought forth at budget time. It was missed as part of the original quote item. So we just want to make sure that court had seen that. Again, this is already included in the budget, and in fact, $473 under budget.
All right, any questions? I'll make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
F4 is regarding the scope of services with Mundo and Associates from the Clinton County Parks Master Plan Update, authorization to invoice number 3. This invoice totals $4,985. The amount remaining on this agreement is $27,417.50 and has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
F5 is discussion and/or action on fee proposal from STV for Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 Office Edition. TJ?
Yes, good morning, everyone. So before you have a quote from STV for the 575 square foot renovation and expansion of JP5, we just wanted to bring it to court to get a final decision on the way you want to proceed. Back during budget session, we actually put together a budget number for this project of around $250,000. We had knocked it down quite a bit from the original scope, just to include an office and a storage closet. Overall number is coming in a little bit above $554 a square foot for the renovation plus the design cost itself. So it is very, very expensive this day and age. So we wanted the court's opinion on how you wanted to proceed, whether we hold off and see if the construction industry comes down a little bit, or if we go ahead and proceed using the current numbers.
So did we, I think there's a little bit confusion whether we thought this was needed or not. Is this court not adequate relative to the other courts, or what's the reason for the request? Maybe
Well, Judge, if you remember back during budget session, we actually went through and did a square foot comparison for each facility, and JP5 was about 600 square feet shy of everything else that we have.
Okay, and this provides what for the court? And you say an office, is it a judge's office or a closet or?
Yes, sir. This would be a judge's office and a storage closet.
So where does the judge sit now?
She sits on the left-hand side of the courtroom, kind of in the very back of the building. This would be an expansion on the far right side of the building that would actually have her office right off of the courtroom.
So the estimate has gone from 250 to over 300,000. Is that correct?
With the design proposal, yes, sir. That's what we did not expect to happen. The design proposal came in a little bit higher than what we anticipated.
So, I mean, I calculated it quickly on my phone. How much do you think it costs to do this?
I budgeted it in at that original 250, but that included, about a $30,000 fee for design. So the design came in a little bit higher. Their construction numbers are a little bit higher than what we anticipated. So we're seeing the overage.
Any chance to do any engineering, TJ, that would bring that cost down on any of these numbers here that you see?
Commissioner, I not on the design portion of it, because we did take out the restroom, which knocked out a lot of the MEP charges and costs that were associated with design. On the construction side of it, yes, we could probably do some value engineering to bring costs down, depending on what the numbers come back as. But we wouldn't know until we have it designed and drawn out.
Right, I understand, and that could amount to materials or anything like that could be used for value engineering, so. I know we need to, I know that we need to bring it up to standards of our other locations, and I understand that, and I think you would agree with that. And I think we've done some work over there to try to do that.
We've done some slight modifications, yes, sir.
It's just, we can't do anything from the fact that it's just smaller than the other buildings.
Correct.
For whatever reason.
Judge Villarreal thought it was adequate.
Go ahead.
Is it just, I guess what I'm getting at is, I think we've got a pretty sizable budget year coming, just because of the economy and everything we're in. I guess how is this gonna improve services delivery, or is it?
I think it was a combination of safety and some other things, wasn't it, TJ?
I think it was more just about space itself. There's absolutely no storage space within inside the facility, and at that time, of course, you had a maximum number of associates working inside the facility as well, so they were kind of maxed out on space. We actually even took in the small jury room off of the courtroom itself and turned it into an office. So they are kind of maxed out on space. I think my opinion would be, if they aren't going to add any personnel over the next 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 years, whatever that may be, is it warranted or not? Can they make do with what they've got?
Didn't we already add a full-time chief deputy?
Mm-hmm. Well, we gave them
And a
On
part
the
of
constable.
we gave them a full-time deputy.
Yeah, full-time, yeah. We've added some, TJ. TJ, my question is today, do we have to do anything beyond approve the design phase?
No, sir. Just the approval on the design.
And then, once we get the design phase, we can sit on it till we decide we want to spend the money for the construction cost?
That's correct, and we've already budgeted the $250,000 in permanent improvement, so it's already there in 401.
So
It's captured.
so the design phase would come out of that budgeted amount? Correct.
That would be a Francis call. I don't know if we take that out.
She
of
said
general
yes.
fund or
Yes.
if we can- Okay, yeah.
Yes, it's associated with the building.
Yeah, it's included in it right here.
Yes, and we'll review it and make sure that that's the appropriate place for it, but.
My motion would be that we approve the design phase today.
Is there a second? So I guess the question, if there's any question whether we're gonna do it or not, if we want to pay the design.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming, I understand.
Kind of made the decision back during budget that we thought we'd do it, but
Yep.
I mean, things cost more nowadays, so. I'll second.
all right, we have a motion and a second to pay for the design phase and address the rest of it during budget. Is that what you're saying?
Or see what the cost comes in.
Okay, yeah. All right, after we review that. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
F6 is ratification of aviation insurance proposal with Assured Partners Aerospace for the county sheriff. This is the coverage on our helicopters. It renews today, February 6th, so we had to go ahead and approve it last week. So we're seeking ratification. Premium totals $25,200, which is the same as last year.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
F7, authorization of quote from RW Lone Star Security for hard drive destruction for information technology. John?
Yeah, so we've been keeping hard drives that need to be destroyed. We've got a nice large box of them, and we checked with our shredding company, and they can shred those hard drives for $7 a piece, and then give us a certificate of destruction for another $1. This is $800. It is something we can easily put into the budget. I mean, we have plenty of funds to cover that. It's been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions?
And those hard drives can be destroyed, correct?
I've got a
Yes.
hammer.
I got a 5-pound sledge, John.
Me too, and I can print something out.
There are some rules around, because some of these drives have CJIS information on them, criminal justice information,
mind.
so they have to be destroyed and it has to be certified.
Okay, they don't qualify. You don't
Motion to
qualify.
approve.
We didn't, never mind.
All right, we have a motion, is there a second? We have a motion second to approve this. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item G, contracts interlocal agreements. G1 is authorization of service order agreement with HOV Services for digitization and microfilm of attorney 2002 felony files. John?
Yes, this is, I guess not technically a renewal, but we do this periodically. We usually do a year at a time for the DA. It's our archives office. We contract out with HOV Services, and they give us a quote each time based on what the amount is, and every year that varies a bit. So this year, we're looking at approximately $25,597. This microfilms, shreds, gets rid of everything except the capital murders. They keep those. Again, this happens all the time. It takes a varying amount of time given however much data there is to destroy and microfilm and shred. This has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions? Not, I'll make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G2 is authorization of memorandum of understanding with Go Urgent Care LLC for McLennan County Indigent Healthcare Program. Heather?
Yeah, so as promised, I'm bringing back another new MOU for a healthcare provider. This is with Go Urgent Care LLC in McGregor. They're located at 215 North Main Street. So just right as you're coming down 84, you get to that first red light, you turn left on Main Street, and they're right there on the left. This does serve as an additional PCP location for our clients, and they're open 7 days a week. So it will also serve as kind of that urgent walk-in care that we're needing so badly. So I am just recommending that you approve it.
All right, thank you. Any questions? If not, I'll make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Motion made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you, Jay.
G3 is authorization of universal extension amendment to the dedicated internet and voice bundle agreement with AT&T for Justice of the Peace Precinct 3 West Tax Office. John?
Yeah, so this is up for renewal again. The original contract was signed in 2019 and renewed in 2022. This is just another 2-year extension to that contract. We did look at this. We looked very hard to see if there were other providers, any things we could say, but there really aren't in West where this office is. The best provider is AT&T. There is one correction. The first line of additional information says this is a renewal and upgrade. That and upgrade was a mistake. It's just a renewal. There is no change in services. This has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
G4 is authorization of sales order agreement and service agreement with CTWP, copier for Justice of the Peace Precinct 1, Place 1. Ken?
Yes, we received a request for a new copier from that office. They received a quote and subsequent sales order. Cost of the new copier would be $7,942.49. Francis was asking me if I had any information on the copier they had before, and I believe they said they were just having a lot of trouble with it. So anyway, again, just a sales order for the copier.
Okay, all right, any questions?
Where's the money come from?
So it will require a budget amendment, and we have that here in just a bit, under section I.
They've been waiting until installation before they put forward a service agreement. We have a service agreement coming up for a copier that we already purchased. So anyway.
So they already had a service agreement on the old copier, right?
Yeah, right, that's correct.
So it won't be, okay, I see what you're saying, okay. Motion to approve.
All right, have a motion, I'll
Second.
second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G5, authorization of interlocal cooperation agreement with City of Bruceville Eddy for road work. Commissioner Smith?
Straight up, they're asking us to do some work for them, and this is the agreed upon price on what it would cost to do it. So asking permission in the form of a motion.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All, any questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G6, authorization of advertising contract agreement with Heart of Texas Council of Governments for the 2023-2024 Resource Guide/Health Services. Heather?
Yes, sir. So this is just a renewal of our annual ad. There's been no changes to the artwork or the placement of the ad in the resource guide, and the funds are available within our budget.
Okay, any questions? That's a good guide, we try to get it around, I've sent out quite a few of them myself. So if there's no questions, I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
Motion made and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
G7, authorization of service agreement with CTWP for copier for specialty court. Ken?
Yes, again, just this service agreement is for 24,000 copies annually at a base rate of $360. Any overages are charged at 0.01 cents per copy.
Okay, any questions? If not, I'll make a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second. Yeah.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item H, capital improvement and construction projects, H1s regarding McLennan County Downtown Jail remodel for courtrooms and office space. This is the agreement with Brinkley Sargent and Wigington, authorization of invoice number 15. It totals $25,324.87. It's been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions?
So this says 85% complete on the schematic design. How far away is that from being able to
Give it to John Irwin.
get the bid going and get the GMP?
Schematic design phase is followed by the design development phase. And
okay.
then you come to the final documents, the contract documents. And that's when you actually put it out. So it's a ways.
So what's the time frame though? What, I guess, what I'm asking Will is too, is what date what date are they saying this is gonna happen?
And Judge, we actually have an email from Kevin Carr this morning kind of laying out the project schedule. So a little bit schematic design was scheduled to have been complete on December 31st, 2023. So we're beyond that. And that had a design development of May 1st and then construction documents being ready on November 2024. And
That
so
seems like
we
a
will
big
get
gap.
with.
That's a big gap between,
Any way to talk to him on that?
Talk to Kevin, and this is.
And then we'll be working with the team to try to break out some bid packages like we did at the base to be able to start spending some of the ARPA funds as well. So we'll work through that with the group, and then we'll come back to the court in the next couple of sessions with an update, if that's okay.
Okay, so on this particular request here to make this payment, I'll make a motion, we approve it.
Second.
Motion made in second, any other discussion?
Could we get a timeline from you?
Hang on just a
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
I had to do, oh, okay.
Yeah, your question is different from this.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, okay.
So, go ahead, I was gonna, I know what you're gonna say and I agree, but go ahead and say it.
I was just wondering if we could get a timeline of when we started this and where we are right now, and how far, as the judge asked, how far in the future we're going with it.
Yes, sir. We'll work on all that with Brinkley Sargent and with Irwin, and we'll come back with an update.
All right, and we'd like
And
them
there may
to
be a need to ride her a little bit.
Well, that's what I agree with you, Mike. And I'd like, whatever they can put together for the next court meeting, even if it's not complete, give us that, and you can tell them to anticipate us to ask them to move that final completion of each of the step from the design side quicker. Yeah, I'm worried about us getting these dollars spent before that deadline.
That was my
It's
question.
cost us a lot of money, and it's not my fault they had some issues back earlier that evidently stopped what they're doing, so.
Well, and there is a big gap there between the design development documents and the construction documents.
Yeah.
Which usually isn't the case. Your design development documents are almost ready to go. The contract documents are kind of taking the design development and just putting some finishing touches on them.
Yeah, I agree. So let's think about how we can encourage this to move a little quicker. All right, thank you. Justin?
All right, item H2 regarding construction of Panther Branch Road Bridge at Rock Springs Creek, bid 20-018, agreement with Ninth River Corporation South, authorization of application for payment number 1. This application totals $176,676.75. Ken, did you have anything to add?
No, sir. I think we're proceeding well.
Okay. Any questions anyone would have? All right.
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Second, and no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
All right, moving on to item I, budget amendments. I-1s regarding the FY24 budget. Francis?
Yes, so like Dustin said, these are 2024 budget amendments, and I will start with I-1A. I-1A is in the general fund, and this is for adult probation. As you probably know, a very large portion of the adult probation budget is funded by state grants. There is a handful of things. There's of items that are not eligible for the grant, so this would fall into that category. But they are requesting to purchase an ice machine for their department. They have 50 plus employees in that department, and they need that for field work in order to have water to stay hydrated during their field work, rather. They do have an ice maker in their refrigerator that they have in their break room, but Mr. Sigmund said that that's not sufficient for the number of employees they have. So they're requesting to increase furniture and equipment for that expense, and that would be, the request would be to move from the contingencies line in general fund.
Okay, any questions?
Sorry, go ahead.
All right.
Moving on to I-1B, this is general fund. And this is for capital outlay in JP11. So this is related to the copier request that we covered earlier in the agenda. So this request needs a budget amendment within capital outlay for the purchase of that copier. And we've also increased the repair and maintenance line for the maintenance agreement. And again, both of those are coming from contingencies in the general fund. I1C, this is a certification of revenue and related budget amendment. So this is certifying the revenue, the donation specifically that was approved and accepted by you on the last agenda. It was a $200 donation from Church Under the Bridge to be used for outreach supplies for indigent health services. So the attached budget amendment is increasing the revenue line for that donation, as well as the supplies line and health services so that she can spend those funds as the donor wishes. I1D, this is a budget amendment for two of our bond funds, 419 and 421. These budget amendments are necessary to increase the budgeted amounts for Chapel Road. So this is the county's portion of that project. We originally had an estimate in that budget, of course. And so after the final numbers came in, this cleans up those budget lines so that we can encumber the right amount of funds. I1E, this is general fund for countywide road and bridge. This is just moving from one line to a sub-account. So you'll see that we budgeted for the line item infrastructure, specifically bridges, and we're just needing to move that to the project for Holy Road. I1F, this is general fund capital outlay. This is a request to fund the cost of an audiovisual system for the visiting courtroom. That system, a portion of that system has stopped working, and there is a temporary fix on there right now with a loaner, with loaner equipment, but we are needing to get that fixed and corrected. So this cost will cover the necessary new components to get it back up and running. Because it's for the visiting courtroom, John Gimble did find places within that department that he could pull from, but we do still need an amount from contingencies, and you'll see there that $2,700 that was still needed for that purchase. I1G, Fund 419, 2019 bond proceeds. And this is to increase the communications tower project line item within that fund for some cost in November and December of 2023. I1H is within the general fund for JP3, just requesting to move within that department from travel reimbursement into professional development. And then I1I, this is general fund county sheriff. And this is something that was budgeted. We're just moving it to the appropriate line. So you'll see there the amount is budgeted in other services and charges. And for financial and reporting purposes, we need that broken out. So we're moving it to the software licensing line. Any questions or?
Okay, okay, yeah, we got those last two covered, so. All right, any questions about any of those? If not, is there a motion to approve I1A down to I1I?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
And then I1J's, do we still need to, I think the resolution was presented earlier, but we still need to act on this, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is the Waco Metropolitan Planning Organization authorization of annual contribution dues. This is a request totaling $20,000. I know we did it last fiscal year, and so it is recommended for approval.
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, already took care of I1K, so moving
Yes.
down to item K, grant proposals. K1 is our ARPA discussion. K1A is regarding the professional services agreement with BKD / Forvis, authorization of grant administration service invoice through December 2023. This invoice totals $6,129.07 and has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions?
I think this pertains to that, Judge, so I'll ask it. Can we get a running total on what we've paid to them since we contracted with them?
Sure.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item L, Department Office Specific Requests, L1's Information Technology, Authorization of Request for Microsoft Teams Audio Conferencing License. John?
Yes, this item provides for a call-in number in case someone doesn't have a camera or a microphone. It allows them just call in on the phone to any meeting that's held within Teams. This is, excuse me, it's a yearly license, but it is a zero cost for governments, so there's no budget impact. It has been reviewed and is requested to be approved.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
L2, Road and Bridge Precinct 2, approval of order for the acceptance of certain property donated by UniFirst. Ken?
Yeah, UniFirst, a company that we do business with for uniforms, has donated 25 jackets to Road and Bridge 2. UniFirst states that they are donating these to Precinct 2 due to the issues and problems with their account. The estimated value for this donation is $920.25. The court may accept the donation to the county for the purpose of performing a function conferred by law on the county, or county officer therefore may accept the donation of the jackets donated to Road and Bridge 2.
All right,
Motion to approve.
Second.
motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Under item M, M1, discussion and/or action regarding retired patrol vehicle request from Mark Volunteer Fire Department. If we could defer this again.
All right, motion.
Second.
I have motion second to defer. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Right, dropping down to item M5, authorization of refund request for overpayment of real estate taxes. The tax office submitted those requests that are in your packet, and just a reminder, only those payments in excess of $2,500 must be approved in Commissioner's Court.
All right, thank you. Any questions? Not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
M6, discussion and/or action regarding 1211 Washington Avenue building, including signage/building name. We need to defer this as well.
I make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under item M7, both A and B need to be deferred as well.
I make a motion, we defer item M7A and M7B.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, under item O, McLennan County Venue Project, O1 is discussion and/or action regarding a financial update. Francis?
Judge, can we,
Yep,
is that our list?
yeah, we're about done.
Hey, you can, let's,
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll keep rolling and, we're gonna put a speaker in there.
oh, that,
There's not a microphone.
that's good.
Okay, Francis.
Okay. So today I was going to give you a financial update on our venue project. And so as we go through this, you know, of course, we're always looking at our fiscal year, reporting on our fiscal year, but some of the agreements associated with the venue project are based on calendar years. So as we go through some of these slides, the numbers may look different, but it's because we're looking at a different year. And so again, just real quick, just to remind you, of course, all of the hotel occupancy taxes and vehicle rental taxes are flowing into what we have as called the venue project debt service fund. We pay our debt service payments. Then that remainder is either used to move to our construction fund, pay future debt payments, or extinguish some of the debt with the city and school district. I'm not looking. Sorry. I don't know what it's doing. I'm sorry. I froze. Gosh. Well, I wonder. Okay. It's not doing anything. Okay, there we go. So this is on our fiscal year, this is a snapshot of hotel occupancy tax revenue for the last 4 complete years and then a portion of our fiscal year 24. I highlighted the fiscal year 23 since that is the year we just completed. But you'll see there that if you look at the totals down at the bottom, I mean, of course, we made that bounce back after those outlier years due to COVID. But the ending number was very consistent with 2022. And so I think that is a good indicator. We always want it to increase. It did increase very slightly, but I think consistency is good here. And then you'll see there the first 4 months of our fiscal year 24. And then if you compare those to the prior months, we did have some drops the last couple of months, but again, either consistent or a slight increase. So again, I think that's a good indicator of where this year will lead. And stop me, I know I'll go through this fast, but stop me if you need to.
She's had some computer problems, Commissioner Smith, I'm glad you're back.
Okay,
In case you need some help.
Absolutely.
I was waiting on you.
Francis,
Where's my hammer?
is there any data on how much of the increase is from new rooms or increased room rates, things like that?
So we can get that and compile it. A lot of that information is, you just have to get your hands on it and some of it's hard to, but we could definitely do some sort of analysis like that and
We can easily get it for on Hotel City of Waco, the whole county's a little bit different. But you
Just
can
wondering.
see, yeah, and.
Because I would think that as these more hotel rooms come online,
Yeah. And
hopefully.
And then the Eclipse,
Oh, yeah,
some of the
right,
rooms are bringing
yeah.
$1,000
Yeah.
a night, so.
we do have to submit some.
To throw
what
that
they-
month out.
We do have to submit what they call continuing disclosure for all of our debt. And for this debt specifically, we put together a lot of information that talks about, the total room count for the year, and it looks at the last 10 years, what the average price per night was. So I'll forward that to you. It's on the MSRB. We store it out there on that website, but I'll send that too. But yeah, we can analyze that further and get you some more detailed information. And so just looking at this current fiscal year, just see where we're going. Again, this just compares the first 4 months to the first 4 months of the last 4 years, just to kind of see where we stand. And again, October, November, December, January. And so again, I think that looks good. And when you look at that graph, I think it's consistent, but it is, steadily, leveling out, but then, increases, some small increases over the last couple of years. So we'll continue to, of course, to monitor that closely during this year. So vehicle rental tax, I feel like this one, we kind of always brush over it, but you'll see there, it's becoming a very substantial part of the revenue that is funding these debt service payments and this project. And so just looking at the numbers, I project that it's going to continue to increase year after year. You'll see there that we ended highest year ever, 2023, with the $564,000. And then just based on those first 4 months again, we're definitely projecting to come in, I think, 20% roughly higher than we did last year. So within this venue project, there, of course, is the agreement with the City of Waco and Waco ISD. So we do have obligations to those two entities through this project. So you'll see there, again, just a reminder what our total amount was due at the beginning of the agreement, the payments made so far, not including about the payments we'll talk about here in just a second. And so then there's your balance of what is due to them at this point in time, the $2.9 million and the $1.2 million. And again, we calculate those on a calendar year basis in February, and it is, just literally the tax revenue minus our debt service payments. That's how we come to that surplus amount that we are divvying up between the three entities, the last one being the county venue project.
So after all of our obligations, the surplus is split between the three entities. Is that what you're saying? after all of our obligations are met?
Each year, yes.
Each year?
The agreement says that if there is a surplus,
If there is a surplus.
If there is a surplus, we'll give 25% of that surplus each to the city and the school district. The remainder, the
50%?
50%,
Comes to us under venue.
so it remains in that debt service fund, or we can move it to the construction fund. You could.
So theoretically, we could move, if we had some construction project out at the venue, under the new part, we could move it
Yes.
to that construction part.
Yes, yes, and then that's under your control.
And how much is in that right now?
I'll get there in just a sec.
Sorry about that.
No, don't, good question.
Yeah.
So then, looking at a calendar year, this is how we came to those surplus numbers. And so you'll see there, and just kind of simplified, but there's the hotel occupancy tax revenues for the calendar year, the vehicle rental tax revenues, what we paid out in debt service payments, principal and interest. And then our surplus for the year was the 1.3 million. And so then just calculating what the minimum amount due to the city and the school district, you'll see there at the bottom that we currently owe them $328,691.
Doesn't the, doesn't the agreement preclude us from any, like, building projects?
Yeah.
Until that
So
service is
retired.
retired?
On the
Waco
two
Heights.
payments to Waco and City of Waco and WSD. But, you know, I think reasonable request, they would go along with it. There may be one here in the next 3 or 4 months.
And you will see that ever so often we have been bringing you some requests to spend the construction fund for repair cost at the base. And so, you know, it's a large building, and we'll continue to see those over the years. But of course, not starting a new project, but we are using those funds for those costs as needed.
So, okay, I'll wait you finish before I ask my question, because you may
Okay.
answer it anyhow.
And so then just taking that 2023 year and then looking forward at the next 4 years, just based on estimates on historical data, room number data, what the economy looks like. We've moved that out 5 years from 2023, or 4 years from 2023 rather. And so you'll see there what we're anticipating receiving, our estimate on revenues. We already know what our debt service is to the penny, so that's a given every year. And so then what we would expect to have as a surplus revenue each year. That bottom section, based on those estimates, would then show you how we would be extinguishing that debt with those minimum 25% payments to the city and the ISD. And so you'll see there that, again, based on these estimates, that we would extinguish the debt with that school district in 2026, after calendar year 2026, and we would extinguish debt with the city in 2027 for 2027.
Great.
And we'll just keep updating these as the years come. And so, again, we have those two funds that make up the venue project on our ledger. And I wanted these in the other order, I put them out of order, but start on the bottom section. So if you look at the debt service fund, currently we have a fund balance of right over 2.8 million. So if we make those payments to the two entities, if we held the other 50% in the construction fund, so we would move that surplus out. We do have an amount that we're sitting on that we hold out each month for the upcoming debt service payments. So that being said, we would still have about a little over $1 million sitting there in that debt service fund. And I think that's good to have some fund balance there moving forward. And then up at the top, you'll see the construction fund. So current fund balance, $769,000. If we moved that 50% surplus from calendar year 23 up into that fund, again, it will just sit there until needed. But that would then we would have an estimated fund balance of 1.4 million. Any questions? I know I went through that probably pretty quick.
Where does that 1.4 match up with the 5-year estimates current agreement terms under total surplus? Where is it in that?
So that's not part of that. That would just be what's being collected in the debt service fund and then being distributed out. So
This right here.
what you're pointing at,
Okay.
I'll pull up what you're looking at so they can see. So he's talking about you're talking about the bottom line or next to bottom line where it says remainder 50%.
I'm talking about total surplus down at the very bottom.
Okay, so that is total surplus, all the revenues each year minus the debt service.
Minus the debt service.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then that's what would be split up accordingly.
Okay.
So if you, I know there was the question about, analyzing the increase, decrease. And so we'll add that to our list and bring back some information on that as soon as possible. But any other questions that y'all may have?
Okay. Move to approve the update for recording.
All right. Second. Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
O2 is regarding the final three-party interlocal cooperation agreement. This is approval of disbursements from venue project funds for 2023. Francis?
And so this is just the formal approval to make those two transfers to the city of Waco and Waco ISD. They would each be in the amount of $328,690.78.
All right, I make a motion to approve those disbursements. Second. Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Item P is the McLennan County Radio Tower Project. P1s regarding the system purchase agreement with Motorola Solutions. And if it's okay, I'll read all three of these in. P1A is recording and project milestone certification of completion for installation of microwave equipment at Road and Bridge Precinct 2 Tower. P1B is recording of project milestone certification of completion for relocation of equipment from Heart of Texas Tower to Woodway Tower. And P1C is recording of change order number 8. Ken?
Yeah, if I may, on a P1A, it's actually the milestone certificate to complete all the installation of the microwaves equipment, except that they put up an incorrect microwave dish at Road and Bridge 2, which they're making a note of, and we'll come back and change that out when they get the right one. But anyway, that's the milestone completion there. And again, as you stated, P1B is the milestone completion of the move of the equipment from the Heart of Texas Tower to the Woodway Tower. And P1C is recording the change order. It's a $0 change order for the extension of the contract project end date from 12/31/23 to 5/31/24. The extension is due to delays in the project from unforeseen networking cutover complexities.
You said a lot right there.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve P1A, P1B, and P1C.
Second.
All right, that motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Judge, that should be everything. I know I missed the first part of the meeting, so Reagan or Mercedes can just confirm that we hit all the action items.
I'm getting a head nod from both of them, so I think we got it. All right. Anything else to come before the court today? If not, we stand adjourned.